Hi guys!
Hey
Hope
everybody.
you guys can join us. Robin, what are you going to be reading or writing?
So I'm not actually sure because I just finished my book that I was reading today. So I'm in between reads now. So I mean I definitely want to read something else before the month ends. But I'm also thinking I might just work on scripting my wrap up instead, just because I
Awesome.
have read so many books and I've only like really written up the review for like two of them. So
Awesome.
yeah, I might do that, and then if that's not going well, then I'll look at my TBR and see what I want to read.
Cool. Awesome. So I'm debating between either I'll continue the love hypothesis or I'm going to start The Summer I Turned Pretty because I'm really wanting to watch the show. And it's like, I just keep on being like, I have to read the book first. I have to do a reread. So
Mhm.
I'm going to have to decide what I end up doing, but it'll probably be between those two. Hi,
Nice.
Tina.
Hi, Tina. Good to see you, Tina.
Thanks for joining us.
What will you be reading today, Tina, or working on? How
I have
far
oh, go ahead.
how far are you into the love hypothesis?
I think I'm still in chapter 2, so I haven't made that much progress. So,
It wouldn't be too bad if you started a new book then, if you
yeah,
wanted to do that.
and plus, the love hypothesis is this new thing. It's not like grabbing me, And
Mm.
there's I've already read The Summer I Turned Pretty, so I'll probably like be a little bit it'll be familiar. And I know it was like cutesy, kind of mediocre, but cutesy enough that I liked it. It's just like
Yeah.
a little fun, and I'm sure that'll help. I'm sure I'll like it. I'm still so salty though that they just got rid of the audiobooks the second the show was coming out. I'm like, seriously, come on,
Oh,
library. I mean, I know
that's
I'm sure
stupid.
Amazon probably did it like, get them out. We want to make as much money as possible.
Oh my gosh, that's terrible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because they did keep a physical copy at the library, but of course, so many people picked it up, so it's like, well, I can't do that. I'm reading It Happened One Summer by Tessa Bailey and Innocence Defied by Lainey Reese.
Ooh.
Awesome.
What
Did
do you
you
think of
finish?
them so far?
Yeah. Did you finish that one book, Tina? That one was a pretty intense one. Seemed pretty dangerous and a lot of
Mm.
yikes situations going. I was just gonna say, Robin, I loved your summer slash readathon TBR.
Thank you.
Yes, you know how good it was? I watched it twice because I was just like,
Really?
this. It was like it's like such a comforting, nice video, and it was just really cool.
Oh, that makes me so happy. It was a lot of fun to do, and I did it entirely unscripted, which I don't usually do. So, yeah,
Maybe
I'm
that's
so
what you
glad
gotta
to
do.
know. I'm trying to do like half and half now. Like
Yeah.
wrap ups are always going to be scripted because I think I said last sprint in the comments that like I will forget character names and like plot points if I don't script it, and also like while I'm reading like there's talking points that come up that I'm like, oh, I really want to make sure I cover this in my wrap up.
Right.
So for me, that just works better. It's a lot more of a streamlined process to
Yeah.
film those videos if I actually have them written out. And also, I'm trying to work on not rambling as much
Mhm.
in my wrap ups because I review so many books in one video. I really try to limit, like, okay, like I'm going to give like this amount of words to talk about this book. So I think like scripting it can help with that.
Yeah.
But like with like TBR videos like that, I don't really need to script as much. I think all I did was, make sure I had the prompts written down and then the book and the authors written
Yeah.
down too, which sometimes I'll misspell the author's name and then so I'll mispronounce the author's name. I've done that a few times and it's just like the one time I said like L bangs
Mhm.
and I realized I wrote the name Ellie wrong. It was supposed to be Ellie and I was like,
Oh no.
"Oh, I feel like such an idiot."
Oh.
Um so yeah, I gotta double check on that
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah. I'd say for me, because I haven't been doing that many videos, but I'm getting back into it. but I would say like with my wrap ups, I do know obviously it can be a little longer to edit if you don't do it scripted.
Yes.
You know, it will be longer, at least for you to work on the footage editing and everything. But my problem is when I'm like taking it from, because like a lot of it is I kind of have to take a couple words,
Mhm.
read it from my phone, and say it. And so then every time my face is like this. Like there's no like action or anything exciting in my face or hand gestures or anything. And I'm like, like I want to have some fun with this, you know?
Yeah, I getcha, yeah. You gotta make it seem like you're not reading the script even though you are. And I
Yeah,
feel
right.
that's so hard.
Yeah. Sometimes I can do it, and other times it's like, it's not working. I DNF'd Tears of Tess last night. I say
Oh,
that's good. It was yeah. It was way too dark for me. I might go back to it eventually, but not right now. Yeah, it was rough. Also, Innocence Defied is my favorite book ever. I needed a comfort reread after Tears of Tess. I can understand that.
nice,
Nice.
yeah.
Yeah, I would not go for dark romance. That's definitely not something I would do.
Like, what I gathered about that book from the last time you guys sprinted, it like had like rape in it and it was like a romance plot, I think. Yeah, I think like for me, like reading a rape scene is very hit or miss. Like for me, like I need to know ahead of time if the book's gonna have something like that in it, and then I can kind of gauge whether or not I want to read it. But I absolutely cannot stand when um like stuff like that is framed in like a romantic or like a like erotic sort of way. Like to me that really sickens me. Not judging anyone who does like to read that. I do understand it's a fantasy, not like fantasy, but it's make believe. I
Mhm.
mean, obviously there's that in real life, and that's why for me it's a little bit too upsetting for me to really be able to stomach. But yeah, I don't want anyone to think I'm judging you if you really like to read dark romance. Like to each their own. I just knowing that about myself, I know it's not
Yeah,
gonna be something I could really read and enjoy.
yeah, no, I can understand that. What was just to get on a like a lighter subject?
Yeah.
I was just gonna say I the other day I'm trying to remember what I did. I know I did something. I was just looking at a few things, like, summing up like the books that I have. So I have about, you know, it's about like 14, that's like 14 books on the TBR with this readathon. Uh,
Mhm.
I still don't know audiobook wise what I'm
Mm.
gonna do for like the walk, you know, going outside thing. I still have to. I think I'll just play it by ear and just see what I decide. Like within the month, I'll just have to make a decision there. Maybe I'll double up prompts, and then I found a few others that match certain prompts. Like yellow, I have some options there. I feel like I just need options. Like I feel like to just be like, oh, I'm stuck. I'm sticking with this book. It would just be too hard for me, especially this year. It just wouldn't
Mhm.
work.
That's why I like put way more on my TBR than I actually end up reading, so I can kind of pick between them. And even then, like sometimes I go off the TBR and like, oh well, this book like meets this prompt, and I rather read this, so I'll do that. But just to give myself like guidelines, so yeah, I definitely recommend doing that and just putting as many titles on, and not that you have to read all of them, but like
Right.
you will choose
At least
from
you got
that.
the options. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I do want to get that video up. I have to. Well, of course, I have to film it first. You know,
yeah, that's
I
the
don't know. I
important
feel
step.
like there was a day I wanted to do it, but I just wasn't feeling it. But
Yeah.
maybe I got the tripod, so like maybe I'll do it. I think I have my camera properly charged. I'm sure I can do it, and like I don't have any other project, that I have footage wise. Like I finally posted that Doctor Strange one, so I should be good uh, to do that. Yeah. So that'll probably be one I decide on. And then, of course, June wrap up. It seems like there's not going to be another book that's going to be included, but still, 4 books for me this past month was great.
4 books is fantastic for a single month. That's like 1 book a week.
Yeah. No, exactly. You're right. just focus on the positives. It's like, you know, I just wanted to aim for 5. When I saw there was still time in the week, but I just haven't really found anything, and I've been doing some other things, so I can't be like, oh, how dare you not do it? And also, I do obviously I do want to watch The Summer I Turned Pretty, but I should like let it breathe as I'm reading, doing that reread. Like I don't need to do it rushy, one day, finish it, then watch the show. I mean, I could do that, but I think I want to at least somewhat enjoy it and give it a little bit of time. I definitely want to have like get back into just reading, not reading to
Mhm.
finish something.
Yeah.
I think I'm kind of almost doing it in that like consumer way, like how you do with food. Like you prepare it and then you eat it and then it's done. Versus obviously with a book, it's like, hey, this could be nice and fun. Let it be.
Right. Yeah, sometimes and, like, I find myself sometimes I enjoy a book more if, like, I take it slower and in, like, smaller chunks, it just depends on the book.
Yeah, I still find it funny though with Jenny Han. She's the author of that one and also the summer I no the other one. I keep on doing this. I keep on doing the opposite one. To All the Boys I Loved Before, she did that one. And the second book, I know I'd flown through that. I didn't even mean to. I stayed up all night reading it and I finished it in less than a day. Like it wasn't even good, but it was just like very addicting and just very fast paced. And I was like, but it was a nice little experience.
Yeah. I like that, yeah.
I guess also, I mean, Saturday, that'll be the second, and that'll be halfway through the year, so I'll probably do that mid-year bingo tag.
Yeah. I mean, you don't have to, but if you want to,
Yeah, I'm gonna have to
definitely do
decide.
it.
Like, I feel like some of these like questions that they're asking, it's like it's not quite applicable to me, guys.
Mhm. I mean, it's a nice tag, but yeah, I feel like I might not wanna do it every year because like, answering some of the same questions over and over again, I feel like it's just kinda like, ugh. But, yeah, I'll see how I feel about it next year.
Yeah. I mean, of course, like your answers totally change, with
Right.
the new books you're reading. Yeah. I know it doesn't matter how many books you read. You could read one book in a year or 100 million. Okay, that would be a little unrealistic. But if you read a lot of books, that's cool. But I would like to get back to like reading more consistently, but I'll see. I really liked To All the Boys I Loved Before books, but the second and third movie were not accurate. Okay.
Hmm. I've only seen the first movie, and I liked it. Like,
Mhm.
it was cute.
Yeah.
But I don't know about accuracy. But you said the second and the third one were not accurate, which is kind of annoying. Why would they change it?
Hmm. I'm not sure I would totally agree with that. I do feel like the second one did a pretty good job, like doing the same thing. Uh, but yeah. Uh, I mean, it depends on what you like, and of course, I did not like those books, but I definitely had memories of
Oh,
that one. Like the first movie was so accurate.
that's awesome.
Yeah, I
I mean,
guess
I
it
don't
just depends
really.
on. Mhm.
Sorry, I was gonna say I don't really read like young adult
Right.
romance, so I don't think I would want to read the book. But like, I did enjoy the movie just because it's like I don't know, like watching it for 2 hours versus like reading it for 10 hours is like I'd
Right.
rather watch
Yeah.
it. Um, but I'm glad that they actually kept it accurate to the book. Like, nothing peeves me more than like when the book is like, or the movie is like so far off from the book, and it's like, why does this even have the same name?
I
You know?
remember. Yeah. No. Absolutely. I do remember. I don't know. There was something you were saying, and I just like lightning bolt. I remembered this one thing that they did not include in the movie that I'm so glad that they didn't. Josh, the guy that was her sister's boyfriend, that at first she had liked, but the whole thing was with those love letters, it was her way of saying goodbye to her crushes. And then she
Yeah.
put them away. So she's like, okay, I have all my feelings out of the way. So she's done with him. Anyway, but at one point, Josh is like irritated that Laura Jean just keeps on, not talking to him or anything, and he just kisses her. And I'm like, I'm so glad that didn't happen in the movie. That was pretty trash.
Yeah, that would be just like drama for the sake of drama, you know?
And it was a surprise kiss. She did not give permission. Didn't like
And
that.
why would you do that? Like,
Uh-huh.
oh, this like friend of mine's been avoiding me. I'm gonna kiss him, you know? Like that doesn't make sense. And yeah, and then that plus like actually kissing her without her consent is also problematic, but
Yeah.
I'm glad they left that out.
Yeah. Hi. Let us know what you're reading or writing.
It looks like their profile picture is the prairie of the orange tree, I
Hmm.
think.
Yeah.
I haven't read that one, but I hear lots of good things about it.
I kept on seeing it. One booktuber I've watched, I kept seeing that book, and I happened to go to Barnes and Noble one time a few months ago, and I was like, "Hey, there's that book," and I just look at it, I'm like, "Oh, that's
Yeah.
huge."
My friend asked for that book for Christmas, and he said, like, when he unwrapped it, he was like, I didn't realize it was as big as it was. And I'm like, yeah, that's a brick.
Yeah, totally. I'm reading A Dance with the Fae Prince by Elise Kova.
Ooh.
Nice.
Is that a fantasy romance, it sounds like? And what do you think of it, Dion? Oh, what genre I normally read? I usually read science fiction, but I do read outside of that genre too. Every now and then. Mostly it's sci-fi on my channel.
Yeah.
I try to like probably like one or two books per month isn't sci-fi and then the rest is. That's usually about the breakdown.
Yeah, it's fantasy romance. Nice.
Nice. You enjoying it?
I hope so.
Yeah.
Um, but Robin, just speaking of sci-fi, thanks again for that recommendation. I'm excited to read that novella. I hope it's good. I hope I
I
enjoy
hope
it.
you like it. It's really unique for like a science fiction. It's like pretty much about a utopia and like what problems arise in utopia. And then there's like wild robots. It's such a fun like world that the story exists in. So at least like hopefully you'll like that. And it's a
Yeah,
novella, so it's not that long if you don't like it. But I found it very comforting. Um
awesome.
and I hope you like it because that's like one of my favorite authors.
Awesome. That's great.
Nice.
I'm happy you're liking it. Hi.
Oh,
Let us know what you're reading or writing. The cover for those books are so pretty.
A Dance with the Fae Prince. I'm gonna have to look that up.
Hi. Let us know what you're reading or writing, Johara.
Hi, Dara. Thanks for joining us. Oh, that is really pretty.
Now I have to look too. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I will be buying them and anything Elise Kova writes at this point. Nice.
Nice. Do you have any like auto-buy authors that like, you'll read anything by them?
Hmm.
Tiffany? Sorry, that was aimed at you.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Audience
Say,
member
I'm
can
so
also
sorry.
answer that.
I'm so sorry. Can you?
That's okay. Do you have any like auto-buy authors or just like authors that you'll read anything by them?
That's a good question. I don't know if there's any author I've read more than just one series from. Uh, Oh, I guess not. I can't imagine. I mean, the only one I've read more than one series was Becca Fitzpatrick, and I didn't even like her stories. And then
Mm.
Julie Kagawa, I read some of her series. Meh. Yeah, like I wouldn't say there's like an author that I'm like, boom, gonna be here. But with all the hype people have with Emily Henry, I'm, definitely open to giving her a chance.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to trying her work too.
Yeah. Reading, great. Let us know what you're reading. We'd love to know. I'll be reading The Rule of Wolves here soon, but I'm working on some future HP related content for my channel.
Oh,
Awesome.
nice.
I'll read anything by Aaron Hunter.
Could have
Awesome.
guessed that. I guess like for me, because I read a lot of standalones and I prefer to read standalones, I'll tend to read more by that author if I read one book that I like by them. But like that makes sense. So if it's like you read series more than standalones that you kind of just like, don't really pay attention to the author as much because it's like, okay, I'll just read the next book in the series if you really like that book.
Yeah. Colleen Hoover because she's my favorite author, and I'll at least look into Kay Webster when she releases a book. Nice.
Nice. Let's see what Colleen Hoover wrote.
I know she did It Ends With Us,
Oh, okay.
Rarity. Mm-hmm.
Nice. Yeah, she's quite prolific. She's got quite a bit out.
Yeah. I'm trying to read It Ends With Us, but at some point I stopped. I mean, maybe I'll get back to it, but I did have to take a pause. It didn't just, I mean, I was only on like chapter one, so it didn't quite captivate me there, but you know.
Maybe like your goal should be like how many books you can start this year and not necessarily finish them. And I'm not even
Nice.
being like mean or anything. I'm just saying like maybe you need to take the pressure off of finishing books and just being like, okay, like I want to start 25 books this year or something. And,
Yeah,
you don't have to finish them, but as long as you start them and maybe some of them you will finish.
that's a good idea, Robin. That'd be kind
So,
of funny. It's like, and on my wrap up, I started 30 books.
and finished
Look
5.
at me, guys. Look at all those pages that I read, but I just didn't finish the book. It counts, okay?
I think that would be so cool. I would definitely watch content like that too.
Yeah, it'd be cool. Kay Webster is a dark taboo romance author. Love some of her books, but a lot of the time she writes books that are out of my comfort zone. Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like that would be a hard thing to navigate as like a fan of dark taboo romance. You really would probably have to know like what your limits are um to enjoy yourself fully.
Yeah.
But like I said, with me, like as long as I know ahead of time that certain content's gonna be in a book, like honestly for me it's mostly just like if there's gonna be a rape scene, like I wanna know about it. Most of the time I'm okay with it because like I knew ahead of time, I knew to look out for it. I don't like being like blindsided by that.
Uh-huh.
Um, so that's just my preference though. But
Yeah. Yeah. I can understand that. Yeah. I I don't even know what I was doing, but the other day I was just looking at my bookshelf and I was like, I picked up a couple of my books on my physical TBR to be like, oh, hey, look at these. And it's like, I understand, of course, like the whole thing. Oh, you're still a reader if you don't read a lot of them, but it's like I've had them for years. Like part of me is
mhm.
like, come on, I want to read these. But I'm such a mood reader. I am such a mood reader. I like I can't get into it if I'm not having fun. So,
Yeah, I totally get you. Something I'll do sometime when I don't know what I want to read next is I'll read like the first line of the book, and then if I want to read on from that, like I'll choose my books that way.
mhm,
So that's something you can maybe try if you're like, okay, like I kind of want to read these, but like I'm overwhelmed by these choices. So, flip through a couple and see what
Yeah,
sticks. Again, start as many books. Start like I don't know what goal you want to set for yourself of how many books you want to start this year, and don't give yourself that pressure to finish them. Just make starting a book an
right.
achievement.
Yeah, no,
Because
exactly.
it is.
Right. No, totally. I totally get that. I hope I can, get some more going. TikTok has a few clips and songs from the new Monster High movie, and the songs are really good and catchy. But I think this will be the first of a franchise, depending
Oh,
on what I know and if the first movie does well.
oh, that'd be interesting to see.
Hmm. I saw a video on TikTok. It's to read the 99 pages.
I don't know if 99 pages is a specific book, or if she's saying
That's
like
what I
to
was,
read to 99 pages in a
maybe that.
book.
That's probably to read.
That
Yeah, it's to read the 99 pages. I guess that makes sense. Okay, that's that's fair enough. But yeah, for me, I'm like I'm already here at 100 pages. Let's just
right.
get this over with.
I've read a lot of books this year too that like it'll be like either at page 100 that the book really finally takes off, or like even like I think there was one that was like 150, or even like page 200 where I finally got into the book and liked it. So like it's hard for me to, just say, "Oh, I'll just read the first 100 pages and I can put it down if I don't want to." Oh, okay. To read the page number 99, specifically page 99. That's interesting. What if you read a big spoiler though?
Ooh, that'd
That
be rough.
that sounds fun though. I almost want to try that, especially with like I don't know, like older books that um I won't mind as much if they're spoiled.
Mhm.
So that's really cool. I gotta check that out. Thanks for telling us about it, Tina.
Yeah, like you're already into the groove of the story and the author's writing. Interesting. Nice. Robin, this is totally unrelated to what we've been talking about, but I'm really curious. Like, I know with like your thumbnails, you can see all your wigs and everything. I'm kind of curious, like, how many do you have?
Sorry, how many what?
The wigs, that you
Oh,
wear.
the wigs. Okay, I thought you said wicks. I'm like,
No,
I don't make candles yet, but I want them. Um, I haven't counted. I have at least 10. I
they're
tend
really
to
cool.
buy them in batches because it's just cheaper with shipping. So yeah. I've been enjoying them though. I first started wearing them after I had shaved my head last year.
Right.
Um, and originally I would buy wigs that were like hair colors and hairstyles that my hair doesn't want to do. So that's why there's a lot of curly wigs because my hair doesn't really hold a like a curl very well. And like I can never seem to bleach my hair that light. I want like platinum hair and it won't go that light. And I've tried everything to get my hair like that
Oh,
and it won't do it. And then like the pale colors like the pale pink and the pale purple. I've done the pale pink before with my actual hair and it just washes out right away. So it's just like too high maintenance. So I'm like, you know what? Also, I don't like having long hair, but I like the
I
look
know.
of long hair.
I
So for
know.
me, it's just like I can temporarily have these hairstyles I really want, without having to like have the high maintenance of them. So I've been really enjoying them. Yeah, I recommend that wig life. Some of the wigs I got too are like hairstyles I've had before too, like the blonde bangs and the dark like back hair. That's a hairstyle I've had. The black bob I had in like college, and then like the long black hair with the straight across bangs I've had as well. So I'm pretty much just like getting my old hairstyles back.
That's cool. That's really cool.
Yeah, thank you.
Mhm.
I feel like I'm catfishing people though sometimes. They're like, "Oh, like she looks so cool," and then they look at a different video and they're like, "Who is this?" Looks completely
What
different,
happened?
right? I just like to play dress up. It's fine.
Yeah,
I'll
no,
wear them
that's
out too, and people will compliment my hair, and I'll tell them like it's a wig, and no one ever guesses, you know?
yeah, I love your hair. It's fake.
Yeah, honestly, I'll be like, "Oh, thank you. It's fake." Like, I've done that so many times. And the one time I went out like clubbing in one of my wigs, and then like it was like raining. So like the walk back to the car, I got like completely drenched, and then we were going to a different bar afterwards. So I was like, you know what? Like my wig is like soaking wet. I'm just gonna take it off. So I took it off, and I show up to the bar meeting like the same people I had met for the first time at the club. And they were like, "What? Like you don't like you don't have hair? That wasn't your actual hair?" I was like, "Yeah." I
Yeah, it's
was
fake,
like, "I
girl.
just shaved it on the way over, you know?"
Yeah, yeah. There was I mean, I haven't felt the urge as much, but of course, I'm pretty sure I mentioned it to you and everyone on the chat sometime last year. But I had for a year or two considered, shaving my head. Uh, I haven't really like had that urge in a hot second. I am trying to grow out my hair because I do like to do like the braid. That can be fun, but I
Yeah.
know how irritating it can be with that long hair. That's why I'm like, ah. But I was just thinking to myself, well, if I ever do shave it and like I need to go to a place where they demand hair, I could just get a fake one on there. I
Yeah.
mean, they might be like, what? But it's like, hey, I'm doing my thing.
People are usually none the wiser, especially if
Right.
like every time, like let's say like you wear that wig to work if you're working like a just desk job or something. If you wear it like every single time, no one's gonna know, you know?
Right.
So,
They're
and
gonna
even
know.
then,
How
like
would they know?
there's been like a time that like I think like the first time I met up with friends after like the pandemic, and like I wore one of my wigs and they thought it was my actual hair, and it was the curly short blonde one, and I was like, you think I can do this to my hair? Like it was a wig, so like people will believe it.
Yeah. That's pretty interesting. I mean, I guess that's fair though. Like, I didn't know Jim from The Office that in the third season he had to shave his head for a different role, and so they had him wearing a
Oh.
wig. And then Kristen Stewart, she was wearing
Mhm.
a wig. I didn't know that, but I definitely knew with Jennifer Lawrence. I definitely knew she was wearing that wig. Like, it was so obvious it was fake. But
Wait, when she was Katniss?
when she was Katniss for the last two movies.
Okay, yeah, that makes
Not
sense.
beforehand, but that's what happened. She had too much of that brown hair dye, and it was damaging her hair. So she's like, "I'm cutting it." She had it, her blonde pixie cut.
It was
But
really a cute look for her.
I shaved my head at 15, and I loved it, and it's been some form of shaved ever since.
Yeah, I still
Nice,
have
that's cool.
the short sides. It's kind of grown out, but yeah, it's you're never gonna want to go back when you
Yeah.
do it.
No, I remember how nice it was, like, first getting it cut, the pixie cut for the first time.
Mhm.
It was so nice in the back because it was, like, basically fully
Yeah.
shaved. I was like, "Oh, that feels so nice." But it was the worst thing with, when because I got a pixie cut twice, but the last time it was so awful as it grew out because here it wasn't growing out as much, but it was definitely growing here. And
Yeah.
yeah, I kept on feeling out my neck. I'm like, oh, I don't like it. Stop it. It's way better when it's like done, when it's done.
I know. There's
It
always
doesn't
that
fit
awkward
anymore.
in between phase. There was a couple of months like between like now and like when like my hair was just starting to get long again that I was just like, "Oh, it's awful. I can't do anything with
I
it. It looks
know.
so
I
weird."
know. Yeah, no, I hated it so much with when I mean it happened both times, but definitely when I
Mhm.
was growing it out, the first time I was like, this sucks. They're not even. And
Mm-mm.
it's awful and I hate it so much. And the worst thing is that I couldn't tie it back. Like I could tie
Yes.
some of it back, but I couldn't tie the rest. I was like, what is up with that? It's just not fair. But now I'm growing it out because it's so easy to take care of when it's really short. But when it's like 2 inches, There's no control.
It's like cowlick galore when it's like that weird in between lane.
Mm,
I feel that.
yeah. Would you want to do a sprint?
Sure.
Awesome. Okay. Good for 30 minutes?
Sounds good to me. Let's see how far I get on my script.
Yeah. Okay. All right, guys, we'll be back at 20.
Happy sprinting, everyone.
Happy breathing. All right, how are your sprints?
Hi, sorry about that.
No problem.
I didn't get as far as I wanted to. I'm having a really hard time like putting into words like how I feel about this book. So I kind of moved on to a different book instead, but uh you know how it
Ah,
goes.
that's too bad, but you moved on, so that's no problem.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was gonna ask how does yours go? How did
Yeah,
yours go?
yeah. So I did start the semi-tune pretty, and I'm definitely having a slight recollection of reading it for the first time, and it is like, it's not something that like, it's not some sort of top tier book, but it's just nice and cozy and sweet. It's just light. And it's nice to go to light. And it's nice that it's gonna be a short book. It's like less than 300 pages. I'm just gonna have a good time. And I'm so excited to watch this show after. It's gonna be like,
Yeah.
yeah, like I'm having a nice little time. So I'm very happy about that.
That's great.
Yeah. So what is the book that you moved on to?
So I was trying to write about I got the book out because I had to look up words. Dreams Bigger Than Heartbreak by Charlie Jane Anders. This is a uh sequel. It's the second book in the series. So first of all, I'm like having such a hard time thinking about, okay, how can I talk about this without spoiling the first book? Second of all, I don't know how to summarize this book. And like I
Oh.
read the synopsis and I'm like, the synopsis sucks. It doesn't do this book justice at all. So like I have no idea how to summon up what happens. And then like pretty much like my thoughts on this like wow, like I like this one better than the first book and I think this one um does a lot better of a job like spending time with more of the characters. I feel like the first book was like entirely focused on Tina, who is the main character of the first one. And this one like goes into like her friends a little bit more and like what they're doing and they're all like spread across like the universe. So like there's all these different plots that are kind of interwoven together, but like it just is so much like of a bigger scope than the first
Interesting.
book. And so I just really like that about the book, you know.
Yeah. Very
So
interesting.
gotta figure out how to put that into
Yeah, right. It can be hard.
words.
And that's why I've had that same problem sometimes with my TBR where literally I read the synopsis and I'm like, can you tell me what the book's actually about?
Yeah, I
I hate that.
honestly hate to read in synopsis. I will not read them most of the time if I can help it because I usually get my books through like book recommendations or like hearing it from like booktube. So like I like it when people tell me about the book and like when what stood out to them because like synopsis most of the time they suck. This one like it's so I don't know who wrote the synopsis on this book. I'm sorry to them, but I don't like it. It's just it doesn't tell what the book's about. Like I
Right.
if I hadn't read the first book and I just read that synopsis, I would be so lost, you
That
know?
yeah. Yeah, that can really suck.
Right.
Tina says, read 19 pages of Innocence Defied.
Nice.
Nice. That's awesome. And everyone else in the comments, let us know what you were up to, writing or reading wise. We'd love to know.
So I decided to move on to writing up my review for The Martian Child,
Awesome.
which was like it's a hard to define book genre-wise because it's like somewhat autobiographical, but it's also like realistic fiction, if that makes
Mhm.
sense. So like the author like writes about his own experience adopting his son, um, but but at the same time it's not like true biography, if that makes sense. And like you can't really like say like this is exactly what happened because um it's not a biography and at the same time, which it's so weird. And I mean there's something about that that I like because it's kind of like, this is like the gist of what happened, while like still allowing the author and his son to have privacy about their life, you know? Um and it is listed as a science fiction on Goodreads, which I thought was funny, and I'm, like, reading it, I'm like, "Is this actually a science fiction or not?" Because like, I know, like, the main character is the author, and I think one of the cool things about it is you can read it and assume that this is a science fiction. There's just enough,
That's
like,
interesting.
what if, because like, the gist is, um, he adopts this boy who, like, he's been, like, abused in, like, different, like, homes he's been in before, he came to live with, the author who wants to adopt him. And so the kid obviously has a lot of problems because of that. And so one of his quirks is that he insists that he's a Martian. Um, and so like, the book kind of entertains that. It's like, you can read this and by the end of it, you can believe that what the kid says is true, that he really is a Martian, or you can, take it as a metaphor, it's really interesting like that,
That is
so
interesting. Wow.
yeah.
Yeah, that's a wild kind of story. Wow.
Right? It's so, like, hard to define because it's like, he's writing about his life, but at the same time, he's, like, adding this, like, whimsy to it at the same time,
Mhm.
so
Yeah.
that one I think I'm gonna have a little bit of an easier time writing up my review for. I still don't know what to rate it though. I don't know. I don't think it's like it's not like a bad book, but it also is not like, wow, this is like the best thing I read this month.
Hmm. I haven't reread Innocence Defied so far this year, so I'm really happy to be rereading it again. That's awesome.
Is it Thundering by You?
Yep. Did you hear
Oh my
that?
gosh, I heard that.
That's crazy that
That was
it hurt you.
really loud too. It's like it's either that or, like, someone was, like, scraping against your wall,
Yeah,
like,
no, it's
either that or
totally thunder.
construction. Oh my gosh. Ooh, well, lucky you're indoors.
Yeah, yeah, perfectly fine there.
Do you reread Innocence to Fight every year, Tina?
That'd be interesting.
I'm
Yeah,
like
it does kind of sound like that though, doesn't it?
right, and I know,
I
like,
do it
some
every
publishers do
year,
that, yeah, they'll
which
reread
is
their favorite
cool.
books
You know,
every year. Yeah,
that'd be
absolutely.
interesting.
If, like, you enjoy a book, like, reread it?
I'm still really happy when we did that reread. Well, first time reading for you,
Yes.
my reread for the first time in what is it, 13 to 21? That's what is that? 8 years? Yeah, 8 years.
Wow.
To reread something and it still held up. I was very pleased with that.
Yeah.
Ooh, I read it 8 times. Man, you must
Oh
really like
my
it.
gosh. That's awesome.
That's
Uh,
cool.
that was really fun, and it was cool to read that book with someone who, like, already had read it and, like, kind of hearing you be like, "Oh, I remember this," or, like, "I don't remember what happens from here." Like,
Yeah.
that was a really fun experience.
Yeah, definitely. It was really fun. But I do find it funny for that book. I mean, when you're a 12-year-old kid reading um, a young adult book and it's getting into
Mhm.
like certain cursing and stuff, and it's like something you don't, like depending on the kid that you are, you might not like hear that, or it's like, oh, keeping it a secret from your parents, and like you kind of
Mhm.
feel cool. I mean, I think
Yeah.
that really helped it too. That I was just like, ooh, this is so much more mature. First time I read it was July 17th of 2020. Wow, you've read it a lot. There was a period where I was reading it twice a month.
Oh.
Wow.
That
Wow!
must be
Man,
such
this
a
book must
comfort
be
read.
amazing to you. I got curious
Yeah.
about looking it up.
Right. That's so cool. Since is it denied?
Oh, there it is.
Defied. I
Innocence
can't.
Defied.
What the-
Oh, yeah, that is a that kind of content I do not vibe with. That is not what I would go for.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like your cup of tea.
Right? I'm just like, no. Oh, I don't know when it says innocence. Well, actually, I should have thought about that.
I thought
Divide. Innocence is divide. Hello. But I saw innocence. And if you reread it multiple times, I was just figuring, is it light? I thought it'd be light. I was wrong. I
I
was like,
definitely thought it was gonna be a romance.
nice,
Or an adult romance.
nice. So you like to read her. It's cool. Yeah, I am nervous though, because the let me look up what prompt. Just speaking of rereads, the
Yeah.
prompt for Spice It Up, read a book by an author of color. That is where I'm gonna do my reread of Angel Fall. But I'm
Yes.
very nervous, just like I was nervous about The Fifth Wave. I'm like, please still be good, still hold up. I read it in 2016, so it's been a hot second, 6 years. So it's like, do good. Because that's what was so crazy, though. In 2020, I read the last book, and it had been
Mm. Mhm.
like 5 years. No, 4 years. Let's see, 4 years since I read the two first books. So I was like, am I going to remember anything? It was still a good book. It was a solid book on its own. It wasn't as good as Angel Fall, but I still liked it. So I was like, okay, you know.
Oh, nice. That's good
Yeah,
to hear.
but it was crazy. I was like, oh, I am out of context here. Most of
Right.
that. But I got the hang of it, so it was good, you know.
Nice. Yeah, like one of the books for the like revisit a childhood favorite. I'm like, oh, like I really enjoyed City of Ember as a child, but like I was like I think like second grade I read it or something like that. So it's been like a long time and obviously my tastes have changed so much. So I'm like, oh, what if I read it and it's not good? Like
Yeah,
I don't know how I would feel about that because it means so much to me right now and I don't want to read
right.
it and feel like, oh, this actually sucks.
No, I
You
understand that.
know?
That's what had happened to me. I can't remember how old I was when I first read it. It's either fifth grade or I reread it in fifth grade. I can't remember for sure. It was either I read it in fifth grade and I reread it in eighth grade. I could be wrong. Or maybe seventh grade. I don't know. But it was definitely a more child time. And
Yeah.
I was still a young kid tween type or something. But I was still definitely a kid, so it wouldn't be like aging out of it. But I reread this book. I think it was called The Shapeshifter or something. But I remember
Mm.
how much I loved it. I remember how much I loved that book. And I was like, hey, let me reread it. I'm like, what? Why did I like this? It was such a shame. My goodness. I mean, that really let me down. But I kind of want to see if it is. At first, I was thinking it was an alien, but it's like, no, it was a shapeshifter. Mm, I probably won't find it.
Mm.
That sucks when you try to find something that's like, nope.
It's hard when you don't remember the author because as a kid, I never paid attention to authors, so
Yeah,
I didn't know like anyone's names. But I feel like I've definitely watched like movies I remember loving as a child and like watching again as an adult, and I'm like, this is so stupid. Like it's so bad. So I'm worried about that for books. I mean, I've been rereading Animorphs, and like that has surprisingly held up really well for me. But I think
nice.
like even like Harry Potter, I haven't read Harry Potter since like I think I was 14.
Right.
So it's been like over 12 years since I've read Harry Potter and like I know like every now and then, like, I'll talk to, like, someone who's read it as an adult, and they'll say, like, "Oh, like, the writing isn't that good, actually," and I'm like, "What?" To me at the time, I'm like, "Oh, yeah, this is good," but I didn't really care back then. So, like, I'm almost worried to reread Harry Potter because I don't think I would like it now, you
Yeah,
know?
it's hard to know.
But, I have such fond memories of it growing up, so I kind of wanna just, like, not reread it and just, like, let it lie,
Yeah,
"This was important to me in the past, I don't wanna
yeah,
ruin it for me now."
I can understand, but part of me does kind of want to like look back on it and just see like, you know, like there were certain jokes apparently that were there. I was like 10, 11 years old when I read it. So there were some jokes that they made that I didn't even get. And the whole thing where it's um, do you understand? Yes. Yes, sir. There's no reason to call me,
I
there's no need
love
to call
that
me sir,
line.
professor. I've read that multiple times at that time when I was a kid. I didn't understand he was being sarcastic. Like he
Oh,
was trying to mess with him. I didn't get it. I was just a kid. I didn't realize I was like, what is he why is it emphasized? I was like, no.
yeah, I get that.
It would be fun to read a Ginny B. Jones book for that prompt. Yeah.
I still, like,
And none
vividly
of your beeswax when
Yeah.
she says things like that. And I remember because I had never heard the name Jose before. I think I was reading the books. I was a little kid. I was reading the books with my mom, and I was like, and she's like, "It's Jose." I'm like, "Okay, Jose, Jose," and like that's now my association. Anytime I hear the name Jose, it's like Jenny Jones.
I definitely mispronounced that name. I definitely pronounced it Josie
Yeah.
because I didn't know any Spanish whatsoever.
Speaking of mispronouncing things, when I read Harry Potter,
Mhm.
I thought of Hermione. I thought it was Hermione. I thought her name was Hermione.
That's a
And then
common
I don't remember
mistake.
how I think it was I could pronounced it McGonagall. So I
Mm,
thought it was McGonagall instead of
mhm.
McGonagall. But of course, young kid. But it was kind of lame because I was doing it. I guess it was something where it was like buddy reading in the class or something. And so this girl
Ooh.
and I we were reading the book together. But she was very uppity in correcting me about my pronunciation. That's what was the real jerk move. I'm like, what is your
Oh
problem? I
gosh.
happen to not know, okay? What
Little
is the issue?
know-it-all.
That was a jerk move on her part. I was like, come on.
Yeah. I knew how to pronounce Hermione only because I had seen, I think, the first 2 movies before I
Mhm.
started reading the books, so that's the only reason why I knew the
Yeah,
pronunciation. And,
yeah.
Junie B. Jones, I have such vivid, memories of Junie B. Jones for
She
some
is
reason.
great.
It was so funny, so I feel I know the reading level would be so beneath me,
But it'd be fun.
but I feel like it would be fun, especially
And
if I
she's
can
so
find
sassy.
the books that I read as a child. I think I would enjoy those so much to reread the ones I specifically read growing up. So, yes, that
Yes,
would be so much fun, Tina.
that would be fun. And Johara says the writing in Harry Potter is beautiful. They are wrong. I guess
See,
it depends on the person.
and I have learned I don't like the way fantasy is usually written. It's a slightly different writing style, so I feel like that alone, I feel like that it wouldn't mesh with what I like in books right now. And I don't want to read it and then end up hating it. I don't want to soil that. So,
Yeah. Well, the first I remember just speaking of certain things not quite coming like when you're reading something, it doesn't quite occur the way the author intended or something. But I
mhm.
remember when I read the first chapter of Harry Potter, when Dumbledore and McGonagall were talking, I thought they were more middle aged types. So then
Oh,
I happened to see a clip of Harry Potter that first start, and I'm like, they're so old though. What happened?
yeah.
And it's like, oh, they actually are old. I'm like, whoopsie. And so Johara says in Goblet of Fire, J.K. Rowling purposefully put in a scene where Hermione was teaching Crumb how to pronounce her name because a lot of people mispronounce it. Yeah, I mean, so we're not gonna know if we've never heard it, you know? And that's why I thought that was such a jerk move on that girl's part that she would really be like, yeah, actually, it's pronounced this. It's like, excuse you.
Like she's like a Hermione Granger there, like it's Leviosa, not Leviosa.
Yeah, right,
Like,
right, man, totally. And she
oh
was a
man,
nice person. That's why I was like, what is your problem? Like, why do you have a problem with this, man? Relax.
kids, man, kids have weird energy sometimes like
Oh
that.
yeah.
Kids like to know things, so I feel like it's not on you. I think she was just very proud of herself for knowing that.
She's like, I
So
knew this. I wouldn't be surprised
yeah.
if her parents already had her watch the movie or something.
Probably. That's the only way I knew, like, how to pronounce names and, definitely that influenced a lot of how I pictured characters, 'cause I think, like, Goblet of Fire, I think, was no, it had to be Prisoner of Azkaban was the first book I read before I saw the movie, I think. But I think Goblet of Fire is the first movie I saw in theaters.
Okay.
So, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just, like, trying to remember, like, these
Oh man,
different milestones.
for you to say that, like, oh, I watched it when it was in theaters. I'm just like, I was a little kid. I was a little toddler.
Yeah, fake fan over here didn't see the movies in the theater. It's okay, I'm old.
Oh, that is so mean. I was like too young to even know what Harry Potter was, and you're just like, fake fan, too young, little baby over here. Am I the only fan who doesn't worship Hermione? I like her, but she gets on my nerves, and I feel like she's severely overrated. I definitely remember liking Hermione, so yeah, I would guess you're probably in the minority, Johara. I'd say, Hermione is pretty well loved.
I think, like, a lot of the reason why I liked Hermione and why probably a lot of people like her is just, like, she's, like, the first, female character young girls really had that isn't, like, extremely feminine and, like, is allowed to be bookish and nerdy
Yeah,
and, like, like, just like a normal person, kind of.
exactly.
I feel like female characters were always like this specific type.
Yeah.
And Hermione was kind of the first one that most people saw that wasn't like that. So I feel like that's why she gets so much love.
Yeah.
Um,
No, totally. Oh my gosh, the first movie I saw in theaters was Twilight. I
no,
was 3. Wow. And I've been a stan ever since.
I
Nice.
was 11. I'm so
To be
old.
in a theater for the first time?
No, I was 11 when Twilight came out as
Oh,
a
okay,
movie.
okay. Now I get what you mean. Now I get what you mean. Yeah,
No.
Twilight, that was 2008, so I was 7. Yeah.
I feel so old. My first movie was Toy Story.
Oh, such a good
Yeah.
movie. You know, my first movie, I was too young to know anything. I was like, a
Oh,
little kid. You know, my parents apparently brought me to Rush Hour 1, 2, or 3. So it was a really bad call on their part. They brought me there,
oh
and of course,
man.
some lady got very salty because, of course, I was crying. I was too young for this.
Yeah.
But I guess that's my first movie. I don't know what first movie I remember though.
Right.
I have
Yeah, I
no
don't
idea. But I go to the theater all the time. That's been like, that's one thing I could say, I've always had in my life. Movies, 100%. Books took a little bit. It was more of a acquired taste to get into books.
interesting.
I think it's because of the movies. They gave Ron's defining character moments to Hermione, and that's also why not as many people like Ron. That's one of my biggest problems with the movies. I understand what you're saying, but I read the books and I didn't like Ron. So,
Oh.
now who knows? Perhaps because I am planning for my childhood favorite, I'm considering doing Harry Potter. I will see what happens, but I wouldn't be surprised if I would still be like, no thanks.
Oh, yeah. I remember
I
seeing
don't
that.
remember seeing it. My mom and sister told me when I entered my Twilight phase.
That's
Nice.
so awesome.
I don't remember the first movie I saw in theaters. I know it wasn't Harry Potter because I was way too young. I was only a year old when the first movie came out, I think. LOL.
I'm
Yeah,
just
just about the
surrounded by
same.
children. I'm babysitting
I
everyone
know, right? But
tonight.
we're getting older, you know. Not
Oh
as
boy,
much, of
so
course.
decrepit.
Ron is my favorite character. Ginny and Lupin are right
I think
behind him.
I
Yeah.
think we talked favorite characters before.
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
Was yours Hermione?
I said
Or McGonagall, I think you said was your favorite.
I said there are like four characters I really like. It would be Harry, Hermione, Hagrid, McGonagall.
Hagrid's a
I'd
good
say
one too.
those are, you know, characters I really liked. But I
Nice.
do think just in I mean, of course, like I didn't like Draco Malfoy in the movies because I was a kid. And I'm like, he's the bad guy,
Yeah.
but he was funny in his little. Wait till my father hears about this.
Yeah.
You know, like it's funny and like he's a jerk, but like it's entertaining to see.
It's one of those things, like, as a kid, like, I was like, "Oh, I hate this guy." As an adult, rewatching the movies, I'm like, "This is a really great character." Like, he is so entertaining to watch. Like, both,
Oh
like,
yeah,
as, like, the spoiled rich boy he was in, like, the earlier movies, and then his character development, I think, like, I really learned to appreciate as an adult because I feel like he
yeah.
has a really cool character development.
And I still find it funny that whole thing in the second one. Why are you wearing glasses? Because they had the whole, you know, potions thing that they took. I'm trying to remember what it was. Anyway, when they took that, and he's like, "Oh, I was reading, reading.
Yeah.
I didn't know you could read." And the kid, Tom Fulton, he forgot his lines, so he just improvised it. It's like you did such a good job, man. Way to
It was
go! And such
so
a young kid
funny.
too, you know?
Yeah, that's awesome. He, like, completely stayed in character, like that,
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
belittling, like, "I didn't know you could read."
Yeah,
Like, this
exactly.
guy's, like, 12 years old and he's never learned to read, like
That's what is funny.
I
So,
I do love Neville and Luna. Luna's probably my favorite.
I'd say the one thing that really bothered me about Order of the Phoenix is the fact that they didn't clarify that the reason that the magazine or the newspaper she was holding was upside down was because she was reading it and there happened to be some things that you could only see it bringing it upside down. It was the right
Yeah.
side up for what she was looking at. I wish they'd clarified that. I'm like, ah, how dare you? Like
Right.
I remember how much I was annoyed by that when I got to that part. I was like, come on. I love Tonks too.
Tonks is really cool.
I wish we got to actually see Draco's redemption arc. I love that improvised scene. Yeah,
It was such a funny line.
yeah. I am curious if I know I went hardcore for Harry Potter when I read it, and we got to go to Universal Studios for the first time, and I got to go on the
Nice.
rides and everything. We didn't buy the robes, but we got to wear them, just for pictures, and
Yeah.
it was really cool. We got the wands, all sorts of fun stuff, but it's like now I'm just so like done with Harry Potter. But
I
I
feel
know,
you.
like they are fun. So that's why
Yeah.
I'm like kind of curious because like I watched the movie so many times. So it's like if I go back to the books, maybe it'll be more of like a cool experience because you know it's been forever.
Yeah, and I feel like, as an adult, you'll get different things from the book that you did as a kid. Like you
That's
said
what I'm
that, like,
saying.
there's all these, like, jokes and, like, little tiny scenes that you didn't really understand when you were younger, so I think it's probably worth rereading,
Yeah,
but
I actually think the movies did justice to Neville and Luna, and I wish they had ended up together. Order of the Phoenix movie is the only one better than the books. Interesting.
hmm,
But I remember, I can't recall exactly what it was, but there was some sort of assignment we had in fifth grade, and we had to like take a passage from a book. And I remember I took the passage uh, from Order of the Phoenix where it was like Voldemort, or no, it was Bellatrix. She was wanting she wanted the prophecy, and he's like screaming and saying, "It's gone," like it's broken, it's gone, and she's like, "You're lying." I don't know, something about it I just really liked, and I had it for the project. So like there's a lot of Harry Potter, like, there's a lot of memories in there that are
Yeah.
so much in the back that I couldn't bring up, but it would be interesting. Like, yeah, I remember I had a lot of fun with those books and movies because what I did
Absolutely.
was I did the books first, then the movies each time. So,
Nice.
yeah, book one, movie one, and everything like that. And that's what was so lame this one time. I was still in the middle of Deathly Hallows. That's the one I really didn't like. I did not like
Mm.
how long it was, whatever, and the fact that you had to watch two. But
Mm.
I
Mhm.
remember, uh, I think it was my mom and my brother. They were watching the last movie, and like there was like one little thing I'd seen. McGonagall was like, and his name is Voldemort, so you may as well use his name or something like that. And I was just like, how dare you guys watch it? I don't want to be spoiled.
Oh, no! Yeah.
Yeah, but fortunately, like, they were in their own room, so I was fine. But I was like, come on, guys.
Right.
And
Have
I'm
some
feeling
fun.
FOMO. It's like, I'm trying to finish this book so I can
Yeah.
watch it. Like, stop. But I still get so salty about what happened with the wand, that he didn't just repair his own wand, he just breaks it. And the whole thing was he
Oh.
brought it over, to the headmaster's office. It's like, come on. I hated that so much. And again, Voldemort's death was really bad.
Yes.
A
Completely
lot of
missed the
things I would
point.
change if it was up to me. I've only read the first Harry Potter book, but Draco Hermione fic is really calling me. Nice.
Mm.
But there are little things throughout I like better in the movies. And his name is Voldemort. You might as well use it, Phileas. He's going to try to kill you either way.
Yeah, I remember
I
that
think I've
too.
seen the movies too many times, lol. I know. The movies, I've watched it so many times. But that's the thing that happened with me with Stranger Things season one. I've watched it, I could be wrong, but like 10 to 15 times. Like,
Oh,
I've watched it a
wow.
lot. I
Yeah.
really liked it, but I think I've kind of like, you know,
Finally. Yeah, got it out of your system.
yeah, right. I'm sure, years, decades down the line, I could watch it again, but it is a little like, okay, I did watch this a lot. But it was
Right.
really nice watching it.
Yeah.
But that's why I'm so salty about how the show's going
I gotta
since then.
rewatch season 1 because I feel like I don't remember a lot of it, but it does kind of feel like they are, like, contradicting themselves from season 1.
100%, 100%.
Okay.
I watched this one video that was talking about like how season 4 is messing up or certain things about it, and I'm like, wow, you kind of nailed it on the head. Like, exactly what you're saying. Like, I really liked what they were saying and everything. And that's what really bothers me when they go back to something
Mhm.
and make something happen in the past or something, or
Right.
try to like ruin the canon. It's like, do your own thing here in your own time so I can still keep it the good way for the other seasons or the other movies or the other books. I don't like when they try to change it.
Yeah, and, like, because, like, I couldn't exactly remember the earlier seasons, I was like, "This feels off." Like, I can't
No, it
exactly
totally is
pinpoint it,
off.
so
It totally is
I
off.
feel so validated. Like,
Yeah.
'cause wasn't it, like, 8 or something that, like, she was slightly friends with Al as when they were both in the
Well, she was there
facility?
at least. He
Yeah.
didn't say enough about like if they were friends, and I really did you finish?
I'm caught up,
Okay,
yeah.
okay. Spoilers, people. Do
Yeah.
plug your little ears or mute us until we say it's good. We'll give you a thumbs up, but right now, keep it muted. We're seeing some season 4 Stranger Things spoilers. I really hated that, the whole bullying thing and the whole thing where
Yeah.
like she kept it a secret when it was like already established like Mike had dealt with bullying in the first
Right.
season. Like, that's not a problem. And yeah, certain things that have been happening, I really don't like.
Yeah, and, like, I feel so bad for Elle because, like, her dad just died pretty
Yeah.
much,
Oh,
and
that
then she's getting
that
bullied
girl's such a
about her
jerk.
dad
I
being
know.
dead. I was like, "What kind of psychopath?"
And
And
she
then,
got
like
exactly what she deserved with that roller skate.
absolutely. Although what really bothered me about this scene, and it's so petty, but, like, they, like, animated the blood,
They
and
did?
it looks so bad.
They did?
Yes, I'm
Oh
like, "Just put
my
some
gosh!
fake blood on her nose." It looks so stupid.
Oh my gosh, I had no idea.
It
That's
was like
crazy.
it was, like, so obvious to me that, like because it was, like, dripping down her face and, like, just the way it
Yeah.
was moving, it looked dumb. I'm like, "Just take some fake blood from Spirit, dab it on there, like, it'll do the job."
Yeah,
Um
yeah. No, oh man. I don't like what they're doing, but I am still looking forward to,
oh,
you
I'm
know,
definitely gonna watch
Volume
that
2
again.
coming out on Friday. I'm just like, wow, it's so soon. I'm so excited.
Yes, I'm excited too, cause like, I don't know what to watch anymore,
Yeah. I
so
know, right? I know. I'm just wondering, so what did you think about episode 4? You know, with that whole thing at the end and everything?
well, what happened in episode 4? I watched them in,
Yeah.
like, half-hour segments,
Okay,
so I don't
not
watch
too
the
bad.
whole episode.
Well, it was
Yeah.
the one with Max, you know, where it was like Vecna was gonna try to get her and everything, and then the whole
Mm.
thing with running up that hill, and then she's running there, and it was like, no, she's gonna die, but then she was fine. I was like, whew, okay,
I absolutely love that song, but I feel like by the end of the season, I'm gonna be so sick of it. Um, that scene was I liked the intensity of it, but I've kind of noticed something about this season that, like, during tense moments like that, they kind of linger on them a little too long, like, they really
interesting.
draw them out, and, like, I like, that was definitely one of the times I felt that because it's like, like, she's running and you're, like, thinking in your mind, like, "Is she gonna make it?" Like, "Oh, she's gonna make it. Oh, she's not gonna make it. Oh my god, is she gonna make it?" Like, you
Yeah,
keep going back and forth, and for me, it lasted too long. And another one of those scenes was, like, the first episode where it's, like, the kids are playing Dungeons& and Dragons and Lucas is at the
I
basketball
agree, a
game.
hundred percent, a hundred
Yeah,
percent. That was like too much, and the
it
whole
was
thing,
way too
especially where it was
long.
like tension. Dude,
It
we know
was
what's gonna happen.
drawn
It's so
out
obvious they're gonna go.
too
It's gonna
long.
go well. I'm
Yeah.
this.
Like, it was really cool how they did that back and forth, but yeah, it was just like, the ball's going around the rim and, like, the die is rolling, and it did that, like, too many times, and I'm just like, "Come on,"
Yeah, like
you
kind of.
know?
Let's go. And yeah, I guess that's probably accurate that there were some things, uh, or it was pretty obvious that like this was just going. You know, like with how long these episodes are, there's probably a fair amount of filler. You know.
Yeah, and it just, like, cut out, like, couple seconds, like,
Yeah.
it's such a tiny trim they needed, but
Yeah. How did you feel about Vecna's his what he does to the people with all the how they, you know, crack and stuff?
so I feel conflicted because by the last episode that's out so far, like, I finally understand the motive a little bit, kind of, but I'm also a little, like I also, like, feel like there isn't a motive, like, yes, there is, like, he needs to do it to open up gates, but at the same time, it's like but it feels like they're just killing kids for shock value,
A
and,
hundred
like,
percent.
it's every time it's a character you're just starting to feel for, and then the the character dies, you know?
Well, what I really don't like is his whole reasoning. Like in the beginning, he just kills his family. I mean,
Yeah,
I thought his reasoning, and I don't like how a lot of people, because you know you can see a lot of stuff on Twitter. I don't like how a lot of people are saying, "Oh, he's the most complex villain Stranger Things has ever had." What are you even talking about? No, I 100% don't agree with that, and it's. Mm-mm. I don't like it at all. And I don't no, it doesn't make sense to me. Like
yeah,
maybe if the only way for him to live, like maybe he would be dying and he had
right.
disabilities. Like I could take that because it's like, okay, there's a proper reason. He's just like, I don't like people in time. There's no good reason for it. He's never been there's no like if it's family was horrible to him. Maybe he would think that the human condition is bad, but there's no reason. The family seems perfectly fine. There's no
Mhm.
possibility for him to have the opinion that humans are bad. It has no proper justification or any sort of proper reasoning. It just felt like they just had something to say. And I don't like how everyone's like, oh, this was such a good reveal, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, what? No.
No, I don't like that he preys on, like, mental illness almost or trauma, you know? Like,
Right.
everyone he targets is someone who's been through something terrible, and it's
Yeah.
like,
And the fact
I
that,
don't like
like,
that.
most of these things, it wasn't even their fault or it was an
Absolutely wasn't their
accident. And
fault.
that's what's just so terrible about it. But it is a little bit like curious where like I just do wonder where they're gonna go. But what I really don't want is for them to keep Vecna in season 5. I do not. I want them to get rid of Vecna. I'm already sick of him. You know?
Yeah. I definitely felt like I wasn't convinced with Vecna, and, like,
Right.
I think, like you said early on, like, before I had actually seen season 4, that, like, they went in, like, a very horror direction, and
Right.
I definitely see that, like, I definitely see the horror influence, and again, like, what you were saying was, like, it just doesn't feel like Stranger Things, like, I don't hate it because it's horror, I just don't like it 'cause it doesn't feel like it matches the rest of,
No,
like, the
it totally
season.
feels out of it. And I'd say like with the first episode when it was like showing Eddie and Chrissy when they were in the woods, it was
Yeah.
like their own little thing. You wouldn't even know this was Stranger Things out
Yeah.
of context. And it was like we're doing our own thing and it's like where's Stranger Things? Remember Stranger Things, guys?
Right.
Your big show? Are you wanting to do something else? Because this isn't working for me. Okay? This is
It
not Stranger Things.
it
I did
felt like
not
its
like how they did it.
own separate, like, horror movie, especially when she's, like, seeing stuff or, like, whenever characters are seeing stuff, like, that's not something that has happened in,
Right.
like, the canon before, so it doesn't feel like Stranger Things, you
Yeah,
know?
no, it's got it's yeah, it's not working for me, but I do understand uh the fact that at least there was some things that they weren't telling us. But
Mhm.
then again, there are other things we oh, that was a lot of lightning. Um oh, everything's fine. Okay, anyway.
Okay, good.
Um shoot, what was I gonna say?
I think, like, some things that haven't been revealed yet?
Oh, the whole thing where with season 3, it was kind of like they told us everything. So when the
Mm,
characters were figuring it out, like the mystery element was gone.
yeah.
Yes, like there were things that we didn't know, but I don't feel like they did it quite as well as they've done in the past. And honestly, Robin, if you want, I can send you the links to that YouTube video because it was
Yeah!
really well done. And what I liked is too that they were just talking about the fact that um like one of their points was too many characters and they were just talking about the fact that
Oh,
like
that's so
yes they
right.
had their own individual stories
But they're
in
weak.
the first season but it worked and they came together but
Yes.
now like there are so many characters doing their own thing they don't even correlate or anything like they're just doing them and I'm like I 100% agree and it's like yeah like this is just too much and yeah I'm not yeah, I'm not. I am. It. Stranger Things definitely has its drop off, and I'm disappointed. And honestly, even though I did have disappointment in Stranger Things season 2, at least it still felt like Stranger Things. It did
Yeah,
feel like a proper continuation to what had happened with Will and everything. Like it
absolutely.
had some merit, but it doesn't hold up to Stranger Things season 1. But
Mm,
the other ones, it's like totally different, you know? And I don't like how different it is. And it does make sense that it's like, uh, the gate was still open at the end of season 1. So it does make
right.
sense that they would want to close the gate. And that's why it was like in season 3, I don't understand. I closed the gate. And it's like, yeah, Netflix and the Duffer Brothers want to keep this thing going. Like
Right.
there's no proper reasoning. And then here, when like they finish everything with the mind flare and everything,
They're
no, we
like,
got a new character, a character that who's never been around.
Right.
you know? And I
Vecna
don't like,
doesn't even need a gate, you know?
yeah, like, and the whole thing where, like I said, that video they talked about it. Uh, it's stuck in 1983, which is when the gate was first opened. But then they're saying 1976 or
Yes.
78, 79 is when she first opened it. It doesn't make sense. Like, there's a lot of plot
Conflicting.
holes here, and that's why I think it's so crazy that there are filmmakers, creators that decide to, like, they do that. It's like, you're ruining your own canon. Why would you do that? Like,
Right.
I don't like it at all what they're doing. Yeah, I think a lot. Yeah, I it's hard for me to say positive things because I know I did have a good time with season 3 the first time I watched it, but season 4, I'm just like, what is happening?
I feel like season 3 had its moments and like season 4 is having like its moments too. I think that like are occasionally entertaining, but overall those stories not super working for me. Like my big bone to pick with season 3 was definitely the too many characters, not enough plot for any of them to justify them being around. And so I'm thinking like now season 4 like Will has like no plot. He's just kind of there, and then Jonathan's just kind of awkwardly there.
Yeah. Yeah, no,
You
it is.
know?
They're just around. And then they just keep adding all these characters. And it's like, what are you
And
guys doing?
it's like if you want to add new characters, okay, but like let's retire some of the characters who don't have anything going on. You know, especially because like the buyers like move to California, like maybe nothing happens to them this season. You know what I mean? Like just kind of let them be.
Yeah.
Uh
Well,
because they
oh, go ahead.
definitely aren't doing anything, you
Right.
know? Like they are but they aren't, you know?
One thing that I have a big problem with is the whole Russia storyline and the
Yes, I hate
rescuing Hopper and everything.
so much. It
The
makes
big,
no sense.
yeah, and the big thing, the whole thing where they were like gearing up, having him gear up to escape, and he does kind of escape, and the whole thing where they're over there with Enzo's buddy, and they're about to go on the plane and everything, but then they all get captured. It's like, what are we even doing here?
They
Like,
didn't know what to
it
do with
just
these
felt so
characters.
stupid. Like, I just feel like they could have done it better instead of wasting our time with this supposed escape when it didn't even happen. Like,
Like
I just feel like a lot of that time was wasted.
yeah, this is what they could have done instead. What if like Hopper got like sucked into the gate and is stuck in the upside down
That's
and
what I
they
thought
had
they
to
were
rescue
going with.
him?
That's
You
what I thought they
know?
were. It did look like he was
It would
right.
make a lot more sense than the Russians just so happen to find him after he survives from the explosion. Like he could have survived the explosion if it like pushed him in the gate so he like missed all of like the debris. You know,
Yeah,
like that would have made sense. Or maybe he's slightly injured and like can't really do anything. And then the gate's closed. It's destroyed. So okay, now we gotta find a way into the upside down again. Like that would have made a lot more sense. And obviously all the main characters would be so down to save him, like because
yeah.
they know and love him.
I
So
mean, I do know that at the very end of season 3, they do say, no, not the American, but it's like, come on. Like,
it's
there could have been something, and it is ridiculous. That whole huge explosion, he would have easily been vaporized. There's no way he would have survived that. It was insane.
right.
That's why I thought, oh, he's gonna run in to there. And it could have also been they could have still done what you're saying, Robin, while still having the Russia storyline if they really wanted to, but it would be that's how he survived. He went in through there and he's able to escape, just like how 11 escaped because there was still a gate somewhere. And
Hmm.
Hopper could have been back, but somehow it's in Russia or something. Like, there could have been something. But instead we get this crazy,
Bizarre plot.
there's just too much of nothing going on, and I'm like, what is happening?
Yeah, that whole like rescue Hopper plot is just like not my cup of tea at
Yeah.
all.
Yeah. All right. I think I think we got, some good with the Stranger Things. So if
Yeah.
anyone has
Go
been
back.
waiting for us, we're giving our thumbs up. We're done talking about Stranger Things. But you were saying, Robin, that you were like not sure what to watch. I don't know
Yeah.
if you do anything with like mysteries or murder mysteries, but there's this show on Hulu, Only Murders in the Building. It's got Steve Martin,
Mm.
Martin
Mhm.
Short, Selena Gomez. Season 2 is coming out. Like the first 2 episodes are out right now. I don't know if you've watched the show or want to watch the show.
I haven't watched it, but I've been curious about it. Is
Yeah.
it funny? It's a comedy, right?
Mm, I'd say the only funny one
Oh
is
no.
Martin Short. He's definitely like the lightness of it, you know.
Okay. I thought it was
And
a comedy, which is why I was like, "Ooh,
yeah,
maybe."
it's not quite a comedy, but it's doing its thing.
No.
Um, I wouldn't say it's a perfect show, but it's definitely interesting, and that's why at first I wasn't gonna watch the second season, but I am kind of curious and want to see it. And it is just kind of like nice, light, whatever. So I watched the first 2 episodes today. I think that's right. Um, yeah, it's fun enough. I would recommend it if you just want to watch something for funsies or give it a try. It's definitely and it's certainly interesting as like they're piecing it together because they're working on a podcast together as they're trying to figure out the murder
Mm.
that happened in their building. They're like, what happened? You know? I'd say Selena Gomez. I don't like her because of how just like she's so like her character is just so like she's just very dry and like
Mm.
not in a fun way, you know? It's just
Yeah.
kind of whatever. Um I'd say Steve Martin's definitely had better roles in the past, you know? But I think Martin Short's definitely giving it his all to the role. And that's
Nice.
why I really appreciate that Martin Short is in it because he's definitely doing what we want. We want to have some fun here, you know?
Right, yeah. I totally was under the impression it was supposed to be funny, but
Yeah.
oops.
hmm Regarding Harry
Oh,
Potter, I actually
that
prefer
was
picking
ages
the
ago.
Elder Wand. It was smarter. That way, no one can disarm him and be the master of it because he becomes an aura. Movie Harry was smarter than book Harry because of that.
He
Whatever you
still
say,
could have
O'Hara.
fixed his wand before he broke the
Yeah,
Elder
like
Wand. It's
no,
not that
I,
the
I
Elder
still
Wand's broken, it's the fact that his wand he didn't fix his wand with it.
it was crazy, but
Or at least that's it for me.
I still think since that's the author's decision to you know to keep the one, I think that's perfectly fine. And I don't think they'd let another Voldemort happen. I don't think they'd try. They'd let that happen again. But I loved that scene when Max remembers her loved ones. Yeah, it was really good. But I still don't like the whole thing where, like, I mean, he was an awful person, and then somehow she's supposed to mourn him. I'm like,
Yeah.
mm.
Like,
Was
I
she their his first appearance, and he's threatening her by almost running those kids off the road, bro.
yeah.
And then he
And
attacks Lucas and some totally awful things, and it's like, no, I'm not gonna mourn for this guy. He's a jerk. Come on.
right. I feel like it's realistic that she's, like, traumatized from it because, like, watching someone die is definitely traumatic, but, like, I think, like, during that I don't know if it's that episode where she's, like, talking to him, but
It
he's not
is.
actually there. It is the episode, and he says, like, something about, like, "You wanted me to die," and it's like, I feel like she probably did, like,
Right.
you know what I mean? And, like but, like, I completely understand, like, why she would, that it's like, "Oh, like, if I don't help him and he dies, then, like, I don't have to deal with, like, this awful bully in my life that I can't escape
Exactly.
because we live together," you know? Like,
Yeah.
I completely understand that, like, mindset, so it's I think, like, her, like, having written that letter and is like, "Oh, like, maybe we could have been friends." I'm like, "No, screw that," like,
Well,
that's
exactly,
so fake.
exactly. But that's what my problem is usually, and that's why
Mhm.
I think as a society, as people, a lot of individuals have decided that almost everyone deserves sympathy when they die, and it's like, no, If you're an awful person, you do not deserve sympathy because you died. You died and you
Right.
got what you deserved. My goodness, you know? Trash.
It's
Trash
like
that they
if
treat them like that.
someone like dies and like they're an awful person and you're not upset about it, that doesn't make you a bad person. You know what I mean? Like
Exactly.
that's a reasonable response to
Yeah.
be like, "Oh, I don't care about that person. Like they were awful to me," you
Well,
know?
and in addition to that, I would say if I did see someone who knew of how horrible this person is and they
Yeah.
said themselves that they felt bad or sympathized with them, I'd be like, oh, well, I've got some red flags on you. I'm seeing you, you know, now I'm
Right.
suspicious of you because you would sympathize with this kind of person and it kind of tells you what kind of person they are, which is not a good one. I was like, uh-oh, won't be won't be dealing with them, you know?
But yeah, that line about like, "Oh, like maybe we could have been friends," like pissed me off because I'm
Yeah.
like
Ridiculous.
I think she has enough trauma without going there, you know? I would believe the trauma otherwise, but, like, having her be like, "Oh, no, I regret so much, and, like, we could have been friends." Like, "No, you guys couldn't," like
Yeah.
and that's okay, like, they could've, you know, not had her have that gushy moment about, like, losing him, and it still
Yeah.
would have been impactful.
Yeah.
So,
I'm gonna be right back. I just want to turn on my light because even though light's coming in, clearly the camera is not detecting it. So
your
I'll be
room has
right back.
disappeared, yeah. Why
All right, I'm back. Now people can
Hey.
see me again.
Yeah.
I'm still planning future Harry Potter videos I plan to film, and it's harder than it probably should be. Well, you know, sometimes slumps happen, you know, but I'm sure you'll figure it out, Johara.
Yeah. That's, kind of why I'm struggling too, is, I know what I wanna say, but I don't know how to say it, you know? So,
Right.
I can relate to that. Or, I still really wanna do, videos where I compare movies made of books to the actual books, but,
Yeah, but to
I
movie
feel like I would
adaptation.
have to
Yeah.
script that, you know? So I'm
Yeah.
almost intimidated to start, but it's something I really wanna do.
Yeah, well, that's what was funny with my channel. Um, when I first made it, I didn't have any video to put out, you know, but I was like, you know, I was trying to at least have my parents like try to find it. That way I knew it was up. And I'm like, it's not showing
Mm,
up.
mhm.
So I was like, oh, do I have to upload something? And so I decided there was like this page to stage thing we had to do for an assignment in school, in high school. I was like,
Oh.
oh, well, I had done this, you know, um, nerve review, you know, book to movie. Uh, and I put that up.
Ooh.
Yeah, so that's the first two videos on my channel. So if you want to check that out, but of course, what's
Yeah.
a shame is that I can't remember. I think it was Screencastify that I had to record it for class, so I couldn't edit it. So it's like purely, you know, it's
Ooh.
unedited. Like it's like I have a part one and two because they're 10 minutes each. And like I said, they can't go together. It's dumb, but it's nice to at least have it there, and like at least someone commented, but they were like, "Oh, I didn't like the movie." It's like the movie was the good one.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, no, no problem.
I can't drink water apparently. But that sounds really cool. I'll have to check those out. Cause yeah, that's the type of videos I kinda wanna start doing too.
Yeah, I can't remember. I'm sure I've done maybe comparisons. I feel like throughout time I've probably made comparisons before. But I don't know, or maybe I've looked at comparisons, but I can definitely like, when I talk to my family or something, I'm like, oh yeah, this was so different, and this was so different. I'm sure I did that a lot with the Hunger Games or something. I probably did. It's like that wasn't
Yeah.
in the book, or in the book it was like this. I'm sure I did
Mhm.
plenty of that, but I don't know if I did too much. I this is not related to like book videos, but there was this one. I can't even remember what project we were doing it, but it was like pick a subject and make a video about it, or like do some research about it. And you know what I picked? I'm sure you
What?
won't guess. I picked it on memes, and it was very interesting.
Oh my gosh, I would actually watch that. Like, not gonna lie.
Me too. I'm pretty sure I don't have it anymore, which makes me
Oh
very sad.
no.
I know. It was
You
on the
gotta
screen
recreate
Castify.
it.
I'm pretty sure it was assigned to my school email. So I'm sure now it's probably gone, which is a shame
Yeah.
because it would be nice to watch, but I'm pretty sure I don't have it
Right.
anymore. But I'll look.
Oh
But it was
man.
fun. It was really fun. But it was a little crazy because even though I'm doing this research, I thought there would be more like, I mean, I know memes are more of culture, and I do think I did talk about the fact that political cartoons had their own meme ness to it.
Yeah.
Like obviously before memes were a thing, political cartoons were all the rage or whatever. um but I do remember when I was doing that research project that it was like, man, why can't there be more research on memes? Like it felt like not quite, like it didn't feel quite like researchy enough or like properly. But it's like, hey, I'm giving you all that I can find here, Like, but it was an interesting project to do. I'm still planning future Harry Potter. Oh, I already did that. Hello. I'm doing countdowns, top 10 lists, and trying to figure out where they should go. If they should be number 2 or number 7. It's hard, lol. Nice. I'm planning Monster High videos for my other channel. Nice.
Nice.
Very
Yeah,
nice.
you're having a really productive night, Johara. Jeez.
Yeah. Very nice.
That's awesome. You should do like a new video with like memes now.
Right? Well,
Redo
that would
it.
be interesting. I'd be like, memes were a good thing until they weren't. I don't know. It just seems like memes aren't what they used to be these days.
Memes now are like they come and go so fast that like they don't have that staying power anymore like back in the day. Back when I was a teenager, like like a
I'm
meme would
just
stick
saying that
around for a
it
couple
was like
weeks.
I actively used to like memes, and now I'm like I couldn't care less.
I find myself that, like, I will laugh at a meme when I don't know it's a meme, and then I'll see it again, and I'll be like, "Oh, it's a meme," and then I will get annoyed because 'cause I'd be like, "Oh, I thought, like, their original post was so creative," but, like, it's just a meme that everyone's doing now, you know?
Yeah, I love fight scenes, but now that I'm trying to think of them, my mind is empty.
Are
Oh
you
man,
doing fight scenes in Harry Potter or, like, fight scenes across all your favorite media?
yeah. Hmm.
'Cause I know she said something future Harry Potter videos she said earlier,
Yeah,
so
that could be interesting. I
and
definitely
there's a
say the
couple
duel
on the
between
day.
Snape and Lockhart was good because it was like
That one was
he was such a
funny.
fool, and Snape just
Yes,
got him. Boom, you're done. Yeah,
in
in
Harry
Harry
Potter.
Potter. Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
There's, like, a decent amount of fight scenes throughout the books/movies. I don't know if you're focusing on
Either
one
one.
or the
Yeah.
other, or both, that would be interesting.
Mhm.
But yeah, there's definitely a lot to choose from. I'm not a big fight scene person, which is probably why I don't usually write fight scenes, because it's like
Yeah.
something I don't enjoy reading usually. It's kind of like trying to figure out like, okay, like where is everyone and what are they doing? Like I have a hard time following it, I guess.
Me too. Like that's I mean, I know movies sometimes do such a bad job with their editing or it is like too fast, but at least you know they are fighting, beating each other up. At least
Yeah,
you know about it. Versus, yeah, with a book it is a little like, okay, I can't really picture it. I'm trying.
right. Like
Like
okay, spit,
here's what it is for me
face.
when I'm reading it. It's got to be so slow because I'm trying to develop it in my head, and it's like, man, that's not a fight.
Yeah.
A fight's like, you know.
And it's supposed to be like an exciting, fast scene, but like reading it isn't fast and exciting for me. It's
Right.
just kind of like I'm just trying to figure out what's going on.
Yeah. I'm doing one for duels for one on one. I'm doing one for Harry Potter movie battles, like full on battles, and one like that for the Harry Potter books. Nice. I love watching, reading, and writing battle scenes. They're so fun. Awesome.
Yeah, I feel
The
like
only
Zahara's mentioned like I like to put a battle scene in every book, so I'm like
yeah.
that makes sense for
I
you.
I'm gonna try just to go back to what I was mentioning about that video that I said that I made. You know, I do wish I had it, but I
Yeah.
do know there's something like I have on my hard drive. I have something school related. I know I have a
Ooh.
video on there, but I can't say for sure if it is my meme video. I will look. But then also,
Mm.
I don't know if I could possibly get Screencastify back up, but I would like to see if I could.
That
I
would
don't
be
know. But it
really
is a
cool.
shame. I want that video back, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was so funny. I remember at least one part of me saying like, um, I say it like this. Something something is the meme. I don't know. It's just like so like I'm saying it in such a little like fanciful, like literature type, but it's like the
Right.
meme. It's like we know what you're talking about. This is for funsies. It's so different, you know.
Yeah.
But it was a fun video, so maybe I can find it someday.
That would
I
be
don't know.
so cool.
No, it is crazy that things can get lost, you know? Like I know I
Yeah.
had a video on World After. That's the sequel to Angel Fall because we had to do a project for that, but I think it was on my phone.
Mm.
I think it might be somewhere in my hard drive somewhere, but it is a shame with like some videos I don't have, some videos I do. Oh, I'm going away. Oh,
Oh.
my computer's being done. Am
Oh,
I
okay.
fine
I'm
now?
like, you
I think I'm
definitely
fine now.
could.
Okay. All right, I'm good now. But yeah, I remember that was definitely fun. There is a video I did for Macbeth. Uh, Now basically what I did just have them like do simplify. We had to like do uh like little projects. I happened to be alone, so I just had my parents be the actors. But at the very end, there was something like really fun that we did, and honestly, like I could cut that and just send it. But unfortunately, it did have the the video editing software I used. Unfortunately, it had the watermark. It wouldn't let me get rid of it,
Mm.
so it shows that. But it's still fun to watch for funsies, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I went all out. Like it was this whole thing where like this one character was dead and I was playing that character. And then I went all out. My brother was recording. I went all out. I went down to the ground and he didn't even get it. I'm like, bro, I put all my effort in here. I mean, it still works, but it was kind of like, man, I put all that effort in. I went
Yeah.
down to the ground. Like,
Oh.
no, but it's a funsy little thing. I can cut it in like I don't know how I could send it. Maybe I'll like send a Google Drive link
Yeah.
or something. No,
That'd
but
be awesome.
it's like just a little cutesy funsy because the other parts, of course, are boring because it's just the Macbeth stuff. But that part, it was definitely fun.
Yeah, I definitely didn't like Shakespeare.
Yeah.
Like any of
Oh
it.
yeah, didn't you have a whole video about that where like you've tried so much Shakespeare stuff?
Yeah, that was in my Q&A video,
Hmm.
like the question was like unpopular opinion, and I'm like, I just don't like Shakespeare, and I've tried so many, and I've seen different versions, different plays, and like just none of it's connected to me, and I don't know why, because like everyone I know really likes Shakespeare, and I don't.
Yeah.
So
I'm gonna go, y'all. Good night. Good night,
thanks for
Tina.
joining us, Tina.
Thank you. Yeah. It
So.
it is. Did you ever have video projects or anything to do with like to record anything for like school or anything?
I was in a video class in high school specifically for
Yeah.
videos. So yeah, I've done video projects there. They all suck. But I that's
I'd
is
like to
how I know
watch
how to.
some. That could be cool.
I'm sure they're somewhere on YouTube. I gotta find the old channel, but
Yeah. Well,
they're
my
not
first
good.
video was awful. My first video was awful. Like my first video, it was like a cute little pictures montage cuteness. Like
Oh,
that's
nice.
perfectly fine. It was so cutesy, and that's why I thought I did such a great job. And it was cool because we actually did a San Francisco trip, and I was able to like you know take some pictures there. Like I did because it's like a day in the life or in the life of, and I said an amateur writer or something,
Yes.
whatever. And yeah, like I took some really good pictures. Like some of them are like fine, but I was a little, 14-year-old freshman, and I'm a very social anxious person. I am
Me
getting a little
too.
bit better, especially this year. But I do remember I was so scared, but I was like, hey, can everyone like go in for a picture? And people were so nice. So I got a little
Oh,
picture because I have it as like the supporters, and I had that picture, and it was like they were so nice.
yeah, that's awesome.
I could definitely send that one, but I will not send the other one. It was so bad. It was like we had to like get to know your camera, but I
Mm.
did not. And of course, I had like a little one, one of
Mhm.
those little digital cameras, and it was not a good one. But I tried my best. But it was so bad, and I'm so glad I've done better now.
Yeah, and I've definitely improved as well. I can't find my old channel or the channel that me and my friends made for video class, so I don't know how else to find the video, so it
Yeah.
might just be lost to time. But we did the day in the life thing. We did day in the life of Harry Potter was what we chose.
Aw, cute.
So that one was kind of funny. Like the production quality sucks though, but it
Yeah.
was really fun to make. And then I know we had to do a music video as well. That was the other thing we did. So we did like a zombie apocalypse thing because
Cool.
that was what was popular
Very,
back
very
then.
much like you, Robin, right? A very
Right.
sci-fi. Yeah, very
Yeah.
fitting. There was this project. It was like we had to collaborate together. I was in the video class all 4 years of high school, and the
Mhm.
last one was it was just the four of us, like we were the only ones taking it, and so we were trying to come up with an idea, and I came up with a really good idea. I won't say what it is because I don't want someone to take the idea, but it is
Mm.
really fun. But it's like some sort of like murder situation, and I wanted to be the killer, but unfortunately, doing it just didn't work, and like my my former friend, I mean, he was like this, and then
Yeah.
like I have to run. We do it on the stage. So I am running. I'm like, because my mom had me like wear these like I think I had some like horse riding boots. So I had some big boots like that, and I couldn't stop smiling. It's like, no, you're trying to kill this guy. It was so hard to do. I don't think I ever really like edited through that footage. I still have it somewhere on my SD card though, but that was definitely a project I was like, man, that would be something I would definitely prefer someone else to do. I'll stage it, but I will not act it because it just didn't
Yeah.
work. But my idea was great. I definitely liked my idea.
That's awesome. You gotta make it now if you can.
Right? I know. Well, there's so many ideas. It's like, oh, so hard to pick.
I get you. That's how I am writing.
Yeah. Well, I'd say like what's nice is there was this one project I did, or one writing project. This was personal, my own little writing work that I did, and I can actually look on the document. Let me just see. I think it's one of the most I've worked on, as far as I know.
Mhm.
As far as I know. I did a lot. It is one thing. Yeah, 16 pages, 3,876 words. So,
Nice.
yeah, and I don't even have, not all of it, is done. Like, there's like, and it's like a multiple perspective thing. So, it's
Mhm.
like little snapshots of each person as they're meeting this one individual. Like,
Hmm.
she's like the main, she
Yeah,
is the main character, but it's like you don't really get to know her. You get to know her by how everyone else perceives her.
that's really cool.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's definitely something I was working on, but there's like one thing that happens in one uh character character's perspective that another perspective didn't work as much, or it would like make this less significant, so I removed some stuff, but now I wish I didn't delete it. At least I would still have it, because I had
Right.
like 4,200 words, so I definitely got rid of some, but I definitely want to work on that more. It was a good project and I would like to do more with it, but it
It's
was.
a really cool idea too, because I feel like no one really fully understands another person, and, like, especially, like, if, like, a character, like, maybe she just has, like, one class with the main character, like, she might have, like, this entirely different idea of who this person is and who she really is, like, so that
Yeah.
sounds really cool.
Yeah, like I already have it in like one aspect, like this one guy, thinks all these things about her. This other one, almost the same idea, but then there's one that definitely sees her as this nice, shy little, sweet girl, but he happens to be a really nice person. And it's like, yeah, but I mean, that is more her like normal MO, but that's how like some people will perceive, just because they want to like go out of their comfort zone. Then they have their own perceptions, whatever.
Mhm.
Then there's one perspective where he has a lot of sympathy, could tell like something's going on with this person. So there's a lot to it, and it's one of those things I will never reveal what the ending is to
Yeah.
anyone, because it's pretty big and it totally like changes or at least the story makes more sense, but it totally changes the story if you know it. So I'm not going to
Yeah.
tell anyone until I actually post it and it comes out, whatever. But it is very
Really
exciting,
cool.
with that project.
Nice. Yeah, that sounds really cool. I'm glad you're still plugging away at it, or at least want
Well,
to.
it was a project in 2019. I don't think I've touched it since then.
That's okay. As you have seen, I work very slowly too on
Yeah,
my projects.
yeah. No, absolutely. Yay, I finished the one that I was working on. That's
Yeah,
great. That is
Johara, you're being
so great.
so productive.
Excellent job. Great job. Um, I was pretty proud of myself this week, or no, this month. I was looking and I happened to be like, oh, this is the most I've done in a single month. Upload video wise. It turns out the last time I'd done this many videos was in May of 2020. But if I do another video before the month ends, I will have the most I've done in a single month, which I'm very happy,
Yes.
would be really good for me. Maybe it'll be my summer splash readathon. One thing I'm thinking about doing, we have a pool by us, or I can go outside and just do something like summery hat, sunglasses, something,
Yeah.
very summer-esque or beach, pool-esque. So I definitely want to do that. Of course, I will not bring the books. The books will not get damaged, with the water or anything. But
Right.
I, I want to have a cutesy thumbnail and then talk about the books. But again, I still don't know audiobook wise what book I'm gonna pick. I'll have to figure that one out. But um Robin, I would say with what you were doing with your video. And like I said, I liked it so much I watched it twice, but I really liked how you did it where you did talk about um the other prompts where it is more like the lifestyle prompts, and the fact of the matter is
Yeah.
most of this we can't plan until we get
Yeah.
there. And I thought that was really cool that you were at least were like, I definitely want to do this. And like you were saying, some of them you weren't too sure about doing them, but I really appreciate that you had like the format that you did. That it's like, yeah, this is a good way for me to be like, oh yeah, I could do something like that too. Because like some
Yeah.
of it, I was like, how am I going to do this? Because I was just thinking books wise, but it's like, yeah, I can talk about the other prompts. You know?
Right, yeah, and that's, like, why I wanted to do this readathon too, is for the lifestyle prompts, so I'm like,
Yeah,
I'm
it
gonna put
it
that in
it
the
just seems so
video.
fun, and
Yeah.
I can't remember what prompt it was, but there was some sort of prompt. The past couple days, I keep on wanting to do it for the prompt, and I'm like,
Mhm.
no, you have to wait till July. It's
You
almost
gotta
here,
wait,
but
like,
not quite.
2 more days, and then you can do it.
Right, exactly. But did you pick what movie you're gonna do yet?
Um, Mamma Mia is my backup, but I got a comment from Sally who created the tag, and she said that they are doing a watch party on Discord, and I am in the Discord chat, so I might just tag onto that and see what
Nice,
movie they're watching. So
cool,
that's probably what I'm gonna end up doing. So
awesome. Yeah, I think what I'm gonna do again. I know it's not a movie, but I still think the summer I turned pretty. Come on, like
it's
they're
it's
at
a
a place.
visual
They're,
thing, so
yeah,
it counts.
I definitely think it counts. But if they really want a movie, I think I will watch the Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants. Apparently, there's some sort of beach scenes in it or something. So I'll probably watch both of those because I do have it on my watch list on HBO Max. So it's like, hey, this is a perfect time to watch it. You know?
And I think it takes place during it does take place during summer, because that's
It's,
what happens is, like, the girls are all friends, but they're all going to different places for summer, and so they write letters to each other during summer, and they
oh,
share a pair of pants. So it's very a summery movie to
that's cool.
watch. It's been a while since I've seen that movie, but I remember enjoying it, so I'm
Yeah,
sure you'll enjoy
cool.
it. I don't remember how much takes place at the beach though, but
Yeah.
it's
Yeah,
definitely
well,
summery.
that's what was interesting. Every time I would look at a list, it would mention it. So I'm like, well, I guess it counts.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um, would you want to do a another sprint, 30-minute sprint at 45?
Sounds good, yeah.
Yeah, that
I get a
means
little more done.
I
I
always
was
have
hoping to film this video this week, but I have so many books I need to review for it, so I don't
well
know
just
if I'm
say
gonna get it
I would
done.
definitely watch it. Much anticipation.
Yes, thank you. I gotta make sure it's good then.
Alright, so just gonna wait till 45. Um so you did finish that sequel or you haven't finished it yet?
I did. I didn't finish writing about it. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's right. That's my mistake. I
I
forgot. I
did finish
couldn't
a
remember if it
sequel
was
book
like reading it
today.
or not. Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
I'm trying to review it, and like I said, I don't know what to say about it, because it's like I can't spoil the first book. I'm trying not to spoil the first book as best as I can.
Yeah.
And I just don't know how to summarize, like, what the book's about. It's so weird.
Yeah. No, I can 100% understand, and that's what I've had. I'd say even with the book I just recently read, A Year to the Day, it is a little hard to put a
Right.
synopsis of it because it's like I said, work through her grief. How do you work through your grief backwards? I was like,
Right.
I'm just writing it down. I don't care.
I guess, like, an exploration of grief, maybe?
That could definitely work. But
Y
I put it down, whatever. But that could
Oh, you already
well,
finished your review? Okay.
yeah,
Never
I
mind.
already put it.
Keep it.
But I would, if you wanted to check it out and give me any tips, like, but don't say, "Oh, this is the worst review I've ever seen." But like, if there's anything like, because
So embarrassing. Take it down.
if right? But you know, I have been a little bit like, I know the publisher said they requested, you know, to see the review, but I'm kind of like, but I didn't fully love it. What if they don't want to see it because I didn't give it all the love?
I mean, so I don't think the author will probably see it because
Yeah.
I mean, me as an author, I plan on never reading my reviews, and I feel
Yeah.
like most authors feel the same way because obviously there's going to be people that the book just didn't do it for. And
Mhm.
publishers, they get it, they know that there's going to be bad reviews.
Oh, good.
And
And at least I have
also,
something to say.
um it doesn't look good if a book only gets 5-star reviews,
Right.
if that makes sense. It's
Yeah.
kind of sketchy when that happens, so people won't always trust it. So it's good that there are, like, some different, you know,
Yeah. Fair.
stars in there. So
Hey,
don't worry
thanks for
about it. They're not mad.
understanding. Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
they're not mad.
Yeah. I'll just read this count and then we can start our sprint. I filmed my mid-year freakout tag. I just need to upload it now. Awesome. That's
Dang.
great.
Jahara, you're
Okay.
getting stuff done.
So
Alright, I
yeah.
gotta write.
So we will be back at 15. So happy reading and writing, everyone.
Alright. Happy sprinting.
All right, how are your sprints?
Hey, I finished up my review of The Martian Child, and now I'm working on my review for The Color Purple, so I got quite a
Awesome.
bit done. I didn't get to work the entire time because I had to clean a mess up that my dog made. She got
Oh,
into some
snap.
paper and ripped it up.
Oh,
Um,
snap.
yeah, she's so mischievous, and she's lucky because she's so cute and she can get away with it. Um, and then I wanted ice cream, so I got ice cream and ate that real
Ooh,
quick. So
perfect.
yeah. How did your sprint go?
Fairly good. I got a little bit more into it, but there is something I'm recalling. So it's chapter 2, and it's 12 year when she was 12 years old, and it said the first time I got my heart broken, I was 12 or whatever. She's talking about that one, and they're talking about going to the boardwalk. With the guy that she likes, and I'm like, I
Mhm.
remember this. He only brought her there so that he could see this girl that he liked. I mean, how awkward is that? You get all dressed up and you're so excited. Nope, just the
That's
little sister of
so
your friends. I
mean.
know it's rough. And
Oh.
do you care about spoilers? I mean, I'm sure you wouldn't read it.
No, I
No.
don't think I'm gonna
Okay.
read it.
The summary turned pretty spoilers, people. Turn off yours for just a second. I'll give you a thumbs up when I'm good. Um, I am salty about the fact that he is kind of a jerk, and the fact that she does end up with him. I don't like that. I don't like that.
Oh, that's her actual significant other?
Mhm.
Oh my god. Oh, but
Yeah, and the worst thing is that the nice one. I mean, yes, she does 100% see him as a friend, but they do get together at the end of the second book, and then they're about to get married. But she's still attached to the jerk.
oh my god.
Like, she was actually maturing, and of course she regressed because Conrad and Billy belong together. Miss me with that. Come on. Ridiculous.
Yeah, I'd be so annoyed.
Yeah.
Ah,
Okay,
well,
spoilers over,
yeah,
people.
but
No, it's a rough situation, but I did forget about that. It was like in the back of my mind, and I'm like, oh,
yeah.
I remember this. I thought it was in the second book, but I guess it makes sense that it was in this first one. But man,
So, did you like the book the first time you read it? Or
I
are
did.
you
I did definitely like it. I thought it was cute, and I definitely liked the second one more because I thought the way they handled the grief and everything, they did a really good job. Like, it was, I felt, I remember feeling it was very well written, and I thought it was just powerful in what it was doing, and I think it did a good job. Um, but it is a little like it's not the summer.
Oh.
They're not going to the beach house that they usually go to because something happens in the first book, and it's like, man, this is very different from the rest of the book. You know,
Ooh,
the first book is very different setting.
interesting. It's kind of cool then that you are reading it now though, because
Yeah,
it'd be interesting to see what they do for the TV show. If they're
yeah.
gonna keep it the same way, or are they gonna make him like a better dude? Like,
Well, I do think they are gonna still keep him as the grumpy kind of guy, but he is a jerk.
I
Come on.
I get like the like trope of the like stoic kind of standoffish guy with a heart of gold. Like I think like that's really cute to me. I can understand that, but like I feel like romance books or like movies always take it to be like this guy is like a
A
jerk.
jerk. Yeah.
And
No,
it's
a
like that's
hundred percent. A hundred
no.
percent. Yeah. Yeah.
And
It
like
sucks.
I've had like guys like flirt with me by being a jerk to me and I'm like,
Right.
"No, go away. Like that's not cute. I don't like it." Like
Yeah.
you're not
Yeah.
gonna get a girl that way.
And I remember, this character, he was a jerk to her when they were, shoot, another spoiler, people. I'll give thumbs up again. In the second book, he had, um, they were together, and
Mhm.
she wanted him to take her to prom. And he was such a jerk about it because now he was in college, he wouldn't take her.
Oh.
And so then, she, of course, is, trying to get him to do it, and she thought she had the proper ammo to be like, "Oh, well, this other guy's gonna take me," and he's like, "Okay, fine." But then he does decide to take her, but more in a begrudging way, and then he
Yeah.
just leaves. Like he goes there and then he leaves.
That's so
He's a jerk.
annoying.
It's not cool that he gets
Like,
to have her.
I get, like, the, like, okay, like, I'm in college, so I don't really wanna do high school things anymore,
But
but
it's your
his
girlfriend.
girlfriend is in high school. Like, if your partner is still in high school and you still keep that relationship going, like, obviously, it's gonna mean something to her to go. Like, just suck it up and do it,
Yeah,
you
no.
know?
No, he's such a jerk. I hate him. I forgot how bad he is. I guess like kind of reading him back too and remembering some things. I'm like, oh, this guy, no. I don't like him. Okay, spoilers over, people, if anyone needed to plug their ears. But man, no, I'm remembering some things, but I'm still gonna, read the book and then I'll watch the show. But it's like, no.
It can still be entertaining, though,
I know,
like
I know, I know. And like I said, I did have a good time. I didn't like the last book though, but I do remember the first two books I did enjoy. Yeah. I remember in my video, I think it was my Shrekathon TBR. That's like the last TBR, the
oh,
last readathon I really participated in. But yeah, I talked about how I really liked The Summer I Turned Pretty. Apparently, I read it in like a day. And then the second one, I think it did take me a little longer, but like, let's say like 2, 3 days. But of course, it's shorter and they're good. They are good books in a light way,
yeah,
not in a profound way. But yeah,
nothing wrong with
very
that.
fun. And yeah, that's why I'm just like, this guy. Forgot about you. I mean, I knew he wasn't a great guy, but now I'm like, I forgot about that.
I feel like that's partially why I sometimes have issues with romance, like, stories because, like, half the time the significant other just sucks,
But that's
like,
what I'm saying. That's
you
why I'm
know?
having. That's why I've been having romance issues too. Like I
Yeah,
used to love reading romance books, and now it's a little like,
I want
a
someone,
lot of
like,
these guys are
I'm
trash.
actually gonna like, you know?
Mhm.
And, like, for me, like, obviously, I'm not attracted to men, but I could still get behind, like, a book about falling in love with a man if, like, the guy is, like, interesting and nice and, like, cool. Like, I can still, like, get something out of that, like, sort of
Yeah.
romance, but, like, these kinda jerks, I'm just like
No. This is this is exactly why men red flag. No.
yeah, yeah, that's, like, something, like, if a friend is dating a guy like that, I'm kind of like, "Hey, you can do better, like, this guy's nothing," you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah. Exactly.
Like, sis. Oh my
100%.
god.
But I'm happy that you've got that you're getting your reviews up.
I'm a little bit closer. I have so many reviews to write. I don't even know how many I read this month, but this is, like, the biggest reading month I've had in ages. So let's see,
How
1,
many
2,
books?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, oh my god, 8, 9. So that's the
9 books.
most
Great
books I've
job.
read.
Awesome job, Robin. Round of applause. Great job.
But granted, like, I listen to audiobooks all day at work, so
Well, that's
that's
how I
why.
did it too. That's how I read 9 books in the start of January and February of 2021. And I did it sometimes at work too. I was like, just stick it in my
Yeah,
pocket, do the work.
yeah. Like, I, like, don't have to talk to anyone or hear anyone, so I just pop in my earbuds and I do my work and
Yeah.
then listen to an audiobook all day,
Nice.
so Um,
Very cool.
that's definitely why I manage so many books. I'm not a super fast reader otherwise. I'm
So
decent maybe.
what do you do? Like, like wouldn't it be hard to come to like I mean, for me, I am more of like a like I can listen to an audiobook while driving, but if I were to like write something or certain tasks, I think it would be too hard. It's I'm either gonna lose focus on one or the other. So what is it that like task wise that you're doing?
I have the best job for this, and it's not glamorous whatsoever, but I clean at a school. So
Nice.
it's literally all physical work. I had to start listening to something while working because, like, I would get bored out of my mind because it was just, like, all physical work. I don't really see people, like, I don't really talk to people, which is fine by me because, like, customer service heavy jobs just, like, really drained me and, like, it just, like, was a lot of emotional labor I just
Yeah.
couldn't do. So
Yeah.
for me, it's a really good fit, and yeah, it's perfect for just listening to audiobooks all day because, like, it's easy to focus when it's like, "Okay, I'm just kind of, like, going through the motions of, like,
Awesome.
cleaning everything." Like, I don't need brain power for much,
Yeah.
so it's nice to give me something to focus on, so
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, it was I had these cleaning things I had to do, and that's what I
mhm.
was doing. I was like, hey, this works out, like the store's closed. I'm just like chilling out, having some fun here. That was
Yeah.
nice. But it was lame getting there so early. I'm like, oh, why am I here? But then I was listening
Mhm.
to my audiobook, so it was fine. I was like, okay. But I'm glad that I don't I most of those books I did not enjoy. So I'm glad that, I'm trying to find something I like or something I've already liked.
Yeah,
But that's really cool, Robin. Really
thanks.
cool that you got that.
It works for me, so
Mhm.
and yeah, I'm
Yeah,
reading, like, so many books.
yeah, that's awesome. So I was curious. I know you were saying something about publishing or something on your page. So uh what exactly is it that you're doing in publishing now?
Oh, yeah, so I am working as an editor for Android Press, so
Cool.
submit stuff. Actually, the submission window isn't open right now, never mind. Look out for the submission window to open. We're still going through, like, the backlog. But yeah, I'm really excited for it. I've worked on, different books by, like, people who've, like, done self-publishing, before, so I do have a little experience in it. And I really like it, it's fun for me to help bring someone else's creation to life and to be the
Awesome.
best that it can be, so it's a really exciting fit, and yeah, and it's
Yeah,
yeah, I'm excited to work on that more.
that's so cool.
Thanks.
Yeah, very cool. Very cool. Yeah, today was kind of a rough day. Like I said, I've been looking for some jobs. Yeah, the interview I went for it was very much not the right fit, and
Yeah.
I'm just like, man, it has been very dejected. I'm like, where am I gonna work? I want to go work for a place, do a good job, but I want to be properly compensated. And it's hard to find a well-paying job. And it's like,
I feel for you. It's so hard, um, searching for jobs, like, it's so yeah, it's, like, very, like, draining almost just
a
to be like,
hundred
"What am
percent.
I gonna
Yeah.
do?"
Like I've been doing it for the last few months. I'm like, where can I find the proper one? I want to find a good job here because, of course, when I was younger, I would just take a job or a job that I at least wanted. Like
Yeah.
I'd say when I worked at the movie theater, when I worked at the bookstore, yeah, the money wasn't great, but I wanted to go there for the discount on the books or the movies,
Mhm.
or like I like it, but I at least care about that versus I'm trying to find something. And of course, what I really want to do is like make a proper money, especially right now with the gas prices. It's like, uh, yeah, I want to
So
be able to
miserable.
afford to actually go there.
Yeah.
And that's why it's ridiculous with some people being like, oh, you'll make the money eventually throughout the year. It's like, well, if I don't have enough money to pay for gas alone, how am I supposed
Yeah,
to afford to stay at this job? Like, it doesn't make any sense. And of course, you keep on seeing the billionaires, millionaires making record money. It's like,
I know.
I need
It's
that money, guys.
disgusting.
It's
Yeah.
trash. It's absolute trash.
So, like, do you have a degree in anything or
No, no. I had, I mean, it was, like the first, uh, you know, year because I was going to do a gap year, but then COVID hit and everything. So I've been
Oh.
working.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
Oh, that
but
sucks.
yeah, but I wouldn't say I am more trying to do work anyway. Like with what
There's
I want
nothing
to
wrong
do
with
with,
that.
film and everything, like it's not like I need a degree for that. And,
Yeah.
I would just put a lot of money. Like there was one I was looking into, uh, but it would be like if I wanted to do it, it's like they accept anyone. But yeah, like I would either be 75,000 or $90,000 in debt. And there's no way I'm gonna do that.
What? Wait, did you have to pay? Or is it just like you wouldn't be making money? Oh, are you talking about college?
Yeah,
Oh.
for college.
Oh my god. Yeah, college is ridiculously
Yeah,
expensive.
yeah,
I
but
don't
that's what
blame
I'm
you.
saying, that like something that I already have and I could use like YouTube to look at some stuff like, I'm not gonna get a degree in fine arts.
I hear you. I don't have a English degree at all, so um I'm so lucky to have the job that I did get with the editor job,
No,
but I
that
need a
is so
degree for that.
awesome.
So it's possible, you know. I was just curious because I was like, like did you have an idea of where you wanted to work if you did have a degree? But no, there's a lot to be said about experience and just, working.
Yeah, that's what was kind of awkward with it. Like it was like for a certain manager. I'm not going to get into specifics, but it was like a certain manager position situation. But it said like we don't discriminate based on experience or whatever. So I'm like, oh, fine, no problem. And then the guy looks at my resume and is like, "You've done all this customer service. You'd be a better fit here." And I'm like, you think I want to go for this low level pay kind of gig? No.
Yeah.
Like, and that's what I found so ridiculous. It's like, dude, I have that much experience with customer service, which means I'm sick of customer service. I want to do
Mhm.
something else.
Mhm.
What don't you people understand? Oh, hello. Welcome.
Hi. Let us know if you're reading or what you're reading.
Anything? Yeah.
Mm.
Um, but it was a bummer situation, but of course I just gotta focus on, I'll find something.
You
I
will.
wish it was like, I was really hoping it would be a now situation, but I still have to take the time. And the good thing is, I think I did mention it, there's like this acting thing I'm doing, and that's been really good.
Oh yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's really exciting. And like there's this one website where you can kind of like look for work, and there's one that sounds kind of interesting. You know,
Yeah.
it's like 5 grand for 5 days. I'm like, sweet.
That's amazing. You should definitely look into that.
Yeah, like I applied, auditioned. I don't know how that counted because it's an online thing, but I did apply for the role. So I hope they get back to me. That'd be really awesome.
Did you have to like do a video audition? Like, did you send them a video of like your audition or was it
Um, well, I don't have anything on the site yet, but I do want to like do something
Yeah.
there, but at least for like what I have, I mean, I'm like it's like I have the bare bones on the website right now, but I definitely
Mhm.
want to do that. But yeah, it's like some very exciting things there. And I've
Yeah.
been really getting back into my YouTube channel and everything. And I
Mhm.
looked over at my channel. Now I have 140 subscribers, which is awesome.
That's
I've been
awesome.
so
Congrats.
thank you. I think this is the most I've ever gotten, so I'm very happy. But I remember I was so bummed because it had been like teetering 135, 134, 133, and then went back to 131. I'm like, my goodness, it's
Mm.
never gonna happen. And fortunately, I've been, more consistent with the live shows, with my videos coming out, and yeah, I'm very happy. And so, and yeah, for this coming month and everything, I definitely want to do more. And I think, Robin, you were saying that you weren't sure like how you want to do the Summer Splash Readathon updates or anything.
Yeah.
But I definitely think like maybe I'll do like here's my weekly update or something.
Yeah.
Like I definitely want to do that because of course it's not just reading. So I could be like, oh, I'm over here at this one place in town I've never been or something. Like I think that could be really fun and it would definitely give me the motivation and like the fact that hey, I have this footage. Now's the time to put it out there. Then at
Mhm.
least I'll at least have 4 videos in the month. And then I'm sure I'll have other videos. Like because of 140 subscribers, I definitely want to finally put out my booktube booktube Q&A. I definitely want to do, I
Nice.
have answered the questions. I just have to record it. So now's like the perfect time to do it. But yeah, I really want to do like uh 2 videos a week. I would really like to aim for that. So I think this will help with the Summer Splash Readathon and just in general get into the summer vibe and everything. So that's, really great.
Nice.
Thank you, Johara. I'm very happy with some of this stuff. And yeah, it was, I did get a little sad earlier today, but I'm really happy with like the things I have accomplished. And just because
Mhm.
I've been finding some lame jobs doesn't mean I won't find the right one. And maybe this means because I'm actually doing some dedicated, like, I'm properly looking into it. I'm not just jumping into a job. I'm actually
Mhm.
looking into it, and I hope that means it'll all come to a head, and things will work out. You know, so that should be really good.
Yeah. Yeah, don't give up. It's a lot of wading through a lot of crappy jobs.
Right? I
Yeah.
know. Oh yeah, yeah. But so obviously you're working on your reviews. Are you planning like maybe for next week or whatever, or throughout this week? Are you planning on reading anything new or writing wise?
Well, I definitely wanna start another book tomorrow 'cause I still work the
Oh,
rest of the week,
awesome.
and I gotta listen to something or else I'll lose my mind. So, I mean, I kind of went through my TBR for next month and, like, I don't know why this keeps happening to me, but, like, it seems like the books need to read are always on the waiting list. Like, people keep snatching up my books. Um, so the only book that I could, get from my list that I didn't have to put a hold on was Riot Baby by Tochi Onibuki.
Nice.
Um, so that is I was doing for the Spice It Up prompt, and it's also a novella, so I'm probably gonna finish it, like, start and finish it within my shift. 'Cause
Nice.
it's only 4 hours long, so I'm like,
Yeah.
"It's definitely getting done." Um, but that one sounds really cool. It's like, dystopian, with, like, a focus on, racism,
Hmm.
like, the main character's black and, like, I don't remember too much about this because I put this book on my TBR, like, 2 years ago, so, like,
Yeah.
it's been on there so long. But I'm definitely excited to read a dystopian because all I read this past month was just, like, space operas, so I'm like, "I need to, like, shift gears."
Yeah.
Um, and, again, like, it's been on my TBR for 2 years, like, I'm excited to finally get to it, but it's
Yeah.
gonna be done within the shift
Cool.
though, so
So I'm curious, what does space opera mean?
So space opera is like that, like, subgenre of sci-fi. I usually, like, try to describe it by saying, like, think Star Trek, where,
Mhm.
you have these starships, you could have these aliens and these multiple planets you're going to, and just, like, almost, like, high fantasy but in space, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay.
So, it's a
So,
genre
like,
I really like, but I do get really burned out on it because it is these massive sci-fi worlds with,
uh-huh.
like, so much going on. So
Yeah.
I'm like, I need a break.
So, space isn't the subgenre. It's called space opera, or is
Space
it?
opera.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
that's what it's called. Okay. This whole time I had no idea. I was like,
Yeah.
space opera? It's an opera? I mean,
Yeah,
not
yeah,
opera like
there's
that, but it
music,
sounds
there's
like something like
dancing.
how they say soap opera or something like that. That's why I was so like, what does that mean?
It's, like, kind of derived from soap opera that, like, it's, like, really dramatic, but, like, it's not, like, dramatic in a soap opera way, if that makes sense. It's just, like space adventures,
Yeah.
and, like, on a massive scale, so,
Yeah,
yeah.
cool. That's really cool. Yeah.
Hey.
It's just not personally my thing. I think just space is a little too much, and certainly with like different creatures, that's why I have a problem with fantasy. It's a little bit too much with some of
Oh,
these creatures. I'd say some sorry, I just raised my voice so high. I was like,
that's okay.
whoops. Anyway, what I was gonna say is I have more of an allowance for something I already know. Like
Mhm.
like Fae I can deal with, vampire. I don't really like werewolf or witch, really,
Hmm.
from what
Mm.
I've read. Now, I'm sure there's well executed things, but like of like what I typically would read, I think those are like the main fantasy type ones that I'm cool with. Like sometimes angels, just like with like Angel Fall, that worked for me. And like there were fallen angels in the Hush Hush Saga and the Fallen series. I think those are the ones. Yeah. So like some things, and like one was interesting. Talon. It was about this girl and her brother. They were able to turn into dragons. So
Hmm. Oh, that's cool.
yeah, it's not. I'm sure you wouldn't be into it though, Robin, because
I can
it was so much more of a young adult contemporary. It was so much more urban fantasy,
yeah.
mostly focused on that. And all it really was is like to incorporate the dragons was sometimes because they'd be in the human realm. Sometimes they go out in a place where no one can see them and turn into the dragon, and they my scales would get the fresh air. It's like there's nothing really going on, you know?
What's this book called? I gotta send this to my
Yeah,
friend because he loves dragons. He would
yeah. It's
flip.
called Talon by Julie Kagawa.
Ellen by Julie Oh, Kagawa. Okay, I found it. Oh my gosh, yeah, I gotta send that to him because I think he like that actually.
What I
And
think
he doesn't mind young adults, so, like, I think he
yeah,
might really dig that.
that'd be cool. What's really cool about the cover though is the texture of it. It's got scales.
Yes.
It's so cool.
I love that. I love a, like, good feeling book,
Mhm.
like, when you hold them, it feels really good, so,
Yeah,
yeah,
100%. Witches are my favorites.
could have
Nice.
guessed
Well,
that.
that doesn't make sense. So hard
The
to
witchy
the witchy
reader,
reader.
yeah. You gotta change your name otherwise.
Yeah. Well, that's
I
why it
feel
worked out. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
for me, and this is probably also why I'm, like, hesitant to reread Harry Potter as an adult, I kind of, like, get picky about magic when it comes to,
Right.
like, witches and wizards, like, I need, like, a very strong, like, magic system, I don't like it if it's just, like, you can cast a spell and it does whatever, like, it needs to be, like, this exchange, because like, why else, like, can't you just, like, cast one spell and make all your problems go away, Like, so for me, like, it can be a bit and, like, I read 2 books this past month that had magic in them, and, like, both books I felt actually, I read 3 books because I read Johara's as well. And I think Johara's is the only one I didn't have this issue with, that, like, I liked the book overall, but the magic systems, I was a little like, it's a little too loose for me, like, I have some questions about this, and, like, it just
Yeah.
wasn't explained in a way that satisfied me, so for me,
Mhm.
like, witches can
Yeah.
be
Well, I'd say
iffy.
Yeah, well, with what you were saying with your criticism, or like your problem with some of these stories, like at least with Harry Potter, they do have like individual spells. And the
Yes,
whole thing where we see, like in the first book movie, it's the swish and flick. Like you have to do it properly.
right.
Like there's certain, but that's why it does get a little ridiculous as it goes around that they. But I guess it's like they're trained well enough that they can do it, you know.
Yeah.
So like somehow they know enough and the wand knows enough, this is the spell that they want to cast.
Mhm.
Magic doesn't work like that. There are magic laws for it.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, I need a strong
Yeah.
magic system. If it's too, like, willy-nilly, like, "Oh, magic can do anything," I'm like, "This isn't the book for me then."
I'm glad you enjoyed my book, especially since you're not much of a fantasy reader.
Yeah. Yeah, I read a weirdly large amount of fantasy this month.
Nice. Well, that's what was funny for me in March of 2021. I read a lot of those, but unfortunately, a lot of them were like, shouldn't have read that. But you can't choose the
Mm.
past. It's
Yeah.
like, okay, that's done. But most of it was my physical TBR, so that
Yeah.
was good at least. And it was wild to go back to Shatter Me, and I actually enjoyed it. That's
Oh,
still
nice!
crazy to me. I hated that book so much, and it's like, how do I like it this time around?
That's so crazy. I don't think I've ever had that happen where I've read a book and I didn't like it, and then I read it again and I did like it. I haven't had that experience.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was crazy. But that's why I was like, oh, maybe if I do a reread of the series, maybe I'd like
Yeah.
it better. But then I read the little novella before the second book, and I'm like, yeah, no, this just happened to work out. It was decent for what it went
Mhm.
out to do, and I saw things differently. A post-COVID world, it gives you a different perspective, I would
Yeah.
say, because that's kind of what was happening. And it was kind of like in a sad state at that point, so it was like the perfect book at that point, you know?
Nice.
And that's what was so crazy. It's like, and so here's what I decided, because it kind of almost felt like a 4 star, but with a 1 star. So I just, properly subtracted. So I gave it 3 stars. Because it's like, hey, I hated this more than anything, but it did a good job this time. So you'll get 3 stars.
That's so funny.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think. Oh, I think, like, the one book I want to reread that I didn't love it at the time, it was assigned reading for school, when I was 12 to read Flowers for Algernon. Have you ever read that?
I've never heard of it.
That's the one where it's a science fiction, and so it's about this man who's mentally challenged, but he's like a wonderful, sweet person. And he gets the opportunity to have this medical procedure where he can become a genius, and so he agrees for it to do it. Um, and it works, and he sees life completely different, like, and people treat him differently, and it's just like I remember, like, when I read it when I was 12, I really wasn't into it at all, but I watched the movie, like, more recently, and I kind of, like, get it more now, and I feel like, okay, as an adult, I might understand this better because it's like one of those classic sci-fis that, like, they make you read when you're so young that, like, you don't always, like, have, like, the brain development, I think, to really understand it?
Mm-hmm.
Um, so I was thinking, like, I gotta reread that because I feel like I would have a completely different perspective on it.
That's cool.
And it's pretty well loved by, like, sci-fi readers too, so I'm like, it's gotta be worth something.
Yeah. So I'm curious, Robin, have you always been down for sci-fi?
Weirdly enough, when I was, like, young, I was mostly a fantasy reader, and I read some science fiction, but it wasn't my go-to. I was definitely more into fantasy. But at that age, like, I was very much about escapism, and I feel like that's what fantasy readers like, is to read something completely different than reality. So So for me, yeah, it was fantasy for a while, and then I don't know exactly when it changed, but as I got older, I think like high school, I read more contemporary YA because that's, like the age group that's directed at, I wanted to read that at that point. And I read a lot of Neil Gaiman, whatever you want to classify his work
Yeah.
as. It's a little bit of a fantasy, sci-fi, horror mashup. Um, and then, like, once I hit college, then I was more into reading science fiction. Although, like, I remember really enjoying like science fiction assigned reading in high school, like the
Okay.
classic sci-fi we would read. I really got involved in and really liked it. So yeah, it's kind
So,
of me
was
growing
there
up.
a specific class for this sci-fi, or was it just in your school? This was just the thing in English class.
Weirdly enough, it was just how our English classes worked. When I was
Wow.
in junior and senior year, I was in like college level English classes, so
Oh, okay.
that's probably
Nice.
why. It was a lot more like classics and classic sci-fi, but like I have no idea why they had us read Flowers for Algernon when we were 12. That's so weird. That was
Was it
not a
was it
special
more
English
not
class.
quite age appropriate, or was it fine?
The reading level, because the way the book is written, so the guy is like, mentally challenged at the beginning of the book. So it's very simplistic, like grammatically incorrect, like sentences. And then as his like, I don't know, brain develops or like intelligence develops, like the writing like turns into like more sophisticated until like it
Oh,
gets, like beyond like above normal intelligence is kind of where he ends up
hmm,
at the climax of the book. Um,
interesting.
so like I guess like reading level wise, it makes sense. There's no like sex or anything like
Yeah.
really adult in the book that wouldn't be appropriate for 12-year-olds, but it's still just kind of I don't know. It's not the type of book you would give because it's about an adult man too, which is like,
Hmm.
obviously he lives a very chaste life because he doesn't really have luck dating and like
Yeah.
that's not what the book is about at all. But yeah, it just seemed like a weird choice to me. But
Interesting.
yeah.
Well, at least it kind of get got on your mind, and now you're like, maybe I'll reread it. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, because I think at least two other sci-fi booktubers I follow like have been really praising it. And I'm like, I remember reading that and I remember not really being impressed by it. But also when I rewatched the movie recently, I think I misremembered the ending or like misinterpreted the ending. I thought he died at the end and I was like, well, that was dumb. So I'm like, okay, that probably was why I didn't like it if I thought he actually died. So,
Yeah.
but he doesn't
Interesting.
die.
Yeah. Yeah. We mostly were assigned to read. I don't think there was any more genre. Like, it was way more just like realistic fiction that we were set to read. I can't think of a book that was any other genre than realistic fiction. I
Did
think
you
that's what
have
they had us read.
any favorite assigned reading?
Ooh. Well, I barely read those, spark notes and
Really?
stuff.
I
Oh yeah. I
loved
would
doing
not
assigned
read those. I was
reading.
like, no.
I was such a dork. It was like the one thing about school I really enjoyed was like
Nice.
because they like the school would provide the books, not that we could keep them, but like we could borrow them and like I grew up not really having books, so for me like it
Oh,
was so cool to bring home the book and like I
yeah,
got to read it like I always had so much fun, except when we had to read Shakespeare. I hated
yeah.
Shakespeare.
Did
My
you?
very last homework assignment, reading Hamlet, I didn't do it. I didn't read Hamlet. I was done with it.
You're like,
Because, like,
I quit.
at that point in the year, this was the college level class I was in. So, like, we would take the final exam, like, a month or 2 months near the end of the year. And then, like, after that, like, we didn't really have anything to do in class. So, so our teacher gave us like Hamlet to read as an assignment, but it wouldn't matter for the grade at all, at that point.
Yeah,
So I was
right.
like, I'm not gonna read this book. Like, I already either passed or failed this class. Like, this
Yeah.
doesn't matter. And I absolutely hate Shakespeare, so
Yeah.
I
Um,
didn't do it.
do you isn't there some sort of Shakespeare play? There's some sort of like bad luck if you say a name or something.
Yeah, I'm like, I feel like I'm gonna die if I say it. But it starts with an M, and then there's an A and a C, Beth.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'd seen that play. For it was one
I
of the
don't
plays that they did in our high school.
Nice. I don't know if I've seen that one. I've seen Hamlet, as a Shakespeare in the Park my city did. I've seen oh my gosh, I can't think of what it's called. Midsummer's Night Dream or
Mm,
something? Um, that my high school put on, so I've seen that one. I've seen, like, 3 different versions of Romeo and Juliet movie productions, and then a movie production of Taming of the Shrew. Oh, and one of Othello.
nice.
And I've read most of those too. And then others. It's so annoying, like how many times we've had to do Shakespeare. And like I can appreciate Shakespeare for like what he did for when he did it. But for me the language is just so far flung from like the language we speak that like
Yeah,
it doesn't seem valuable to read it anymore. I don't know.
yeah,
Or at least not to the amount of time that school has made us read it.
yeah.
I'm
So
just salty.
yeah, so Robin, I'm curious. You said you didn't have that much access to books when you were younger. Did your parents not allow you to have a library book, or did you just not?
Oh, we went to the library
Yeah, but
frequently.
you were
That
able
was
to go to the okay. So you
but
were
like
able to go to
owning
the
books.
library.
I didn't really own books.
Oh
To
yeah, I gotcha.
I
Well,
had like
I
maybe a
kind of wish it was more library books, but then again, I am kind of grossed out sometimes when I think about
I hear that like
these people
now.
touch. Yeah, and
Yeah.
that's why, like, so much of the time, that's why I have as many books as I do because, like, if I want a book, I'm gonna buy it. Like, I was reading the Love Hypothesis, the library book version, but then there was something really gross in one of the pages, and I'm like, what is that? I don't know what
Ooh.
it is. And I was just like, okay, I'm not gonna read
Oh
anymore. Who knows what
no.
else happened in this book? I was like,
Oh.
I
Yeah.
and that's what gets me. That's what was nice though with some of the books that I had when I first went to the library again, and they were fresh. They
Mhm.
were just taken care of, and it's like that's perfectly fine because no one else touched them except the
Right.
librarians. Like no one used it yet. But of course, you can't guarantee that, and that one's very well used, and it looks it. It's like
Oh my gosh. Man, take care of
I
your
should
books.
I should have just left the ebook. I shouldn't have even got it. Now I'm gonna have to bring it back at some point, but I'm not touching that. Ew.
Put gloves on and bring it back.
Yeah, it's just a shame because like I'd be perfectly fine with reading the paperback version if I had it fresh, new,
Yeah.
but it's not. It's very, very well read. A lot of people must have read that. And I know a lot of people have it on hold still, and it has been out since sometime last year.
It's the bane of my existence is holds right now. Like
Mm-hmm.
5 of my books on the TV are on hold. So I'm like, I wanna Oh my god, Book Lovers is on a 12-week hold. Ah,
No. Um, Real quick, Robin, this is totally not true. If any sort of publisher heard me say this, this is totally not true. But
okay.
I can send you something for the book. I do not actually have access to it.
Okay, you should totally not do that.
Yeah.
I
No,
I would
that's what happened to me because I saw it on the physical, I saw it on the digital library. I'm like, that's insane. So I
Yeah.
put a hold on it, and almost right away it was available, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna read it. I did not read it. Like, I was reading some of it, but I was so busy with like jobs and
I
interviews
hear
and
ya.
stuff, so I didn't get to it. But I was having a really good time at the start. But I do have a little problem with small town. You know, I don't really like small towns.
Oh, I I'm, like, trying to move to a small town, so, like, I
I
can't
like,
agree.
in books, to
Yeah.
read small town, and typically how they do small towns. That's why I'm a little like,
It is a little, like, glamorized, I feel like, that it's like, "Oh, like, everyone's really cute and, like,
I
all
have no idea. I'm
cozy,"
gonna have to
and
see, but I know like the the main girl and the love interest, they're not, of course they're not together or anything yet. And like I said, it's a light subplot.
yeah. Oh,
Semi good, but not the main, you
I
know.
don't mind too much, it's like teenagers falling in love, I'm like,
Yeah. Right.
"Ugh."
And she's like 28, so that's not a problem. She's a
Oh, that's
full-fledged adult,
fantastic. I would
you
love
know?
to read about that.
Yeah. But they had a disagreement because, she's an agent, he's an editor, and um he said he didn't like the story that one of the authors had wrote because he felt that the setting didn't work. And apparently, the reason why he really doesn't like it is because that's where he grew up. So he feels very attached to that. And he's, kind of insulted by how it was portrayed. And that's kind of
I
like the whole
kinda
reason
get
they're going
that.
there.
Yeah. I feel like so if I was in his shoes and I was the editor, because I would get really worked up if someone wrote about my city and portrayed it wrong, like I would. I would be like, "Okay, like, you don't wanna change the setting, that's fine. Let's call it a different name. Let's give it the name of a different city." If,
You
like,
could
you
even
just
make it a fictional city?
right, and then it sounds like who the writer probably, like, wrote, like, some sort of idealized town that, like,
Right.
they're not very familiar with, so, like, just change the name, and it like you
Yeah.
said, it can be a fictitious name,
Yeah. I
That
only
would be
found
my
out about
suggestion.
that because someone mentioned it, but I'm still kind of, gonna give the book a try. Definitely, but I do feel one thing I feel like is the fact of what people have said. People are much more polarized on this book. Now, of course, it's
Ooh,
much more, like I said, much more literary fiction than our other books. Most of them, people we meet on vacation and beach read, they're far more romance heavy. And this one is more, like I said, literary fiction, sisterhood. That's like the big part of the
nice.
book. And so I think a lot of people are kind of like, that's not what we were coming here for.
Yeah.
Even on even on the cover, it's her with the guy, so you think it's a romance, and it's called Book Lovers. You just think
Yeah.
lovers, and the fact of how Emily Henry has made a name for herself, and I can understand why people would be salty about that. But that's why I'm a little like, should I start? Should that really be the first book I read of hers? I'm a little like unsure because like maybe I should read it in the publishing order she's done. I don't know,
You
but it
could
could be interesting. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
sorry, I was gonna say, if you read it first, then you won't have that disappointment that everyone else is having, For you, it
Fair
just gets
enough.
more romantic from here?
That would be funny though. I just like I know she does something cool that I myself would like to do. I'd like to do like if I write a lot of stories, I'd like to put like each character would have like little cameos. They might be just like, a little person around that's not even a part of it, but I know they are, and I can say, hey, this person was in here and this person, whatever. And
Nice.
apparently they do like reference the characters like once or twice or something, like in each book, like the former characters are there, but of course it doesn't have the same effect as someone who doesn't know the characters. So
Right.
I'm a little like, what if what if it would be good for me to, like, what if it would be really good and it would not have the same effect if I don't read it? But what you're saying, Robin, is a good point. Maybe something that's not totally my thing. I don't know of literary fiction with the sisterhood thing, but it might be an interesting thing to do. And I think it'd be nicer to have an alive sister compared to A Year to the Day. You know,
Yeah,
like a story
especially
on
after what you
sisterhood.
just
Let me
read.
have an adult. Yeah, and that's what my biggest problem was. It's like I couldn't care less about the sister because she didn't feel like a real character until we
Yeah.
finally got to the end of the book, and then you got to see her alive. Like they didn't even do something where like um you didn't even get to have like footage of her. You know, like they
Yeah.
didn't have footage. Like the only thing they did was there was like a slight video that she was there, but it was like so slight, you know, and that's where I
Yeah.
feel like the book just did not work for me. I feel like someone could have done better, but I do think I was going in more to a nice alternate reality or something more cool sounding, more cinematic sounding. Just reverse order sounds cooler, but I gotta
Yeah.
remember a contemporary is doing its thing. I don't know. I
Mhm.
thought of more of like a sci-fi cool way, but of course that's
Yeah.
not really what it's going for. And I think I had my expectations were way high hearing reverse chronological order. And of course, that's not really what it was going for. Even though I'd rather it more that did something cool, but I don't. It didn't really do that. But anyway, going back to book lovers, um, hopefully that is good. Uh, but I am thinking, if I really want to like read all of them, technically I could next month. I don't know if I would, but I could.
You Wait, how many books does she have?
Oh, just three. Just three.
Oh, okay.
It's
Yeah,
not
you could
it's not bad.
totally
It's
do
not
that. I
bad.
was like,
I have People We Meet on Vacation. I have an ebook of beach read, and then, like I said, something I totally don't have.
yeah,
I totally don't have anything on book lovers.
I would appreciate that because I don't know how else I'm gonna read it less than a year from now because
No,
that's
that's what I'm saying.
yeah.
That's what was so crazy, and that's why I wanted to read it when it was available. Because I was like, I'm not going to get this until 18 weeks from now. If
Yeah.
I if
Oh
I
my
like wait,
god.
and it's like, my goodness, that's insane. And that's what I think is not fair. The fact that, like, I understand that one person's going to be stuck with the book, but it
Yeah.
is a shame of how it works. If you want to use the library, it's going to
It
take
would
forever.
and especially since that book is so popular, they should at least get like 2 copies, you
Well,
know?
that's the thing. They have like 8 copies in the library. Like
Oh, okay. And
overall
everyone has
in
them?
their system. So they
Yeah.
have copies, but they don't have enough to properly get people going. It's like,
Yeah.
can't
8
win
copies
there.
is a lot too, so I kind of get that then to not do
Yeah,
more.
yeah. No, but it was nice to see that, and it was like almost right away when it came out. I was like, I wasn't ready. I was just saying I want it. Not right now. I'm not ready to read it. I had the Spanish Love Deception to finish. There was another book I was trying to finish. Like, it was the wrong time for me to get that book. But I was like trying. But, I'll try again with that one.
Nice. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you know what is going to be the first book you want to read for the Summer Splash Readathon?
I think I'm gonna be technically reading the first book tomorrow. Like I said, I'll be finishing it tomorrow at work. But as far as physical books go, I think I really want to read a lot more of my novellas because I've been reading mostly long books this year. So I want to read them all, so it's hard for me to choose, but probably one of my novellas. I also I read the synopsis for the next Animorphs book, and I'm kind of hyped for that, so I'm gonna read that.
Nice.
But that I read as an ebook, so
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
so I
One,
used to hold a paper book. I haven't held a paper book in ages.
I know, right? That's what it was like for me. It's like, what? Eh, so much effort.
Yeah.
um, I was gonna say something. Oh, one book. I don't even know if I will, but one book I'm considering reading next month is Eve of Man. I had that on my 2022 TVR. It was the
Mhm.
one where no girl had been born in 50 years.
Yeah! I remember you talking about
Like
that in your one
I'm
video.
curious. I am curious about that, but because I don't know if it's a husband and wife or what their relationship is, but they definitely have the same last name. I'm a little concerned because it is co-authored by a male. I'm a little like he can't he cannot have the proper perspective for something like that. He would not be the
Yeah.
one who would have to deal with it. So I'm a little concerned if it was like a feminist story by a feminist author, maybe I'd have a
Right.
little bit more feeling and understanding. I am a little concerned though of like what they're gonna say, and like I said, the way the book sounds, it almost sounds like it's more her focused on what the guy she wants to be with thinks instead of like what her own decision is. And it's like that's trash. It
It
should be up to her, and she should be focusing
Yeah.
on herself here.
And it's like, I remember commenting on it, like, it's so, like, bizarre that, like, you know, she loses this, like, autonomy entirely, like, the most choice she gets is who she gets to be with. She doesn't get
Right?
to choose whether or not she wants this, you
Yeah.
know?
No, but you're 100% right because it's like even let's just say somehow she's able to, because I'm sure all these people are around her, like they wouldn't let her out of their sight because it's like the
Yeah.
first female born in 50 years, like they would protect her like crazy, but because they want something from her, they want you know a line and air and stuff like that. But let's say she even were to be able to escape and run away and do her own thing, like you know like there's no way that would have that happen. And like you're saying, she really can't make the decision. She
Mhm.
doesn't have the proper autonomy that we do, where it's like, no, I'm not going to have a kid. And no one can like, sure, some people can be lame and shame people and be like, oh, how dare you, you're so selfish for not wanting to repopulate the population or whatever. And it's like there's enough people in the world to do that. I don't need to
Right.
contribute. But obviously with this situation, it's like she's the only one, and it's like, yeah, what you're saying, where it's like she can't decide not to have a kid because they won't let her not have one. But
Right.
it's like she has to have it. And yeah, that's why I'm a little like, I want to read it. I want to see what they do, but
Right.
it is like she doesn't get to decide not to. And that
It's
sucks. Like, but I
it
am surprised in 50 years that they wouldn't try to do something. You know how they're trying to like come up with those synthetic wombs or something? Like,
Yeah.
couldn't they? I think in 50 years they would be trying something like that. They are seeing that no female is being born. I think they
Right.
would do something, you know? And that's why it's a little like there's got to be some sort of way that she would still be able to make her own decisions, but it doesn't seem like, I don't think they would be going that way. It is a hard thing, but it's like she has, it isn't right, It's a
It'd
horrible
be
situation.
interesting if the book actually, like, took that perspective, though, rather than it being like, "Oh, well, who is she gonna choose?" Like, let's
Right.
talk about the
100%
actual, like, dilemma
dilemma.
here, like,
Right. And that's why I'm so concerned about it. Yeah.
you know, because I think it's a really interesting question, like, okay, if you're the last female, like, are you morally obligated to help repopulate the world? Or, like, you are a person, so, like, you know, like, I feel like I wouldn't blame her if she said, like, "Hey, guys, no, like, I don't
Yeah,
wanna
no.
do this."
And that's why and that's what's so awful of how like society is, where it's like a it's and maybe it is more like a male way, and so society sees it this way. They don't really think of it being themselves, and of course it's so like out there.
Mhm.
There's enough men and women on this earth will be fine, but let's say this situation did happen. I think there is too much in the idea of we have to be on this earth. I don't think it would be so bad if we weren't.
Right.
Like if we died off, okay, we died off. Like, I don't think it's right the way people freak out about it. If it's just what's naturally happening, okay.
Yeah.
Like, I think the way people like freak out, oh, humans would go extinct.
Um,
So many animals have gone
y
extinct and the world's been
exactly.
fine. And like, I don't know what your religious beliefs are, but like I believe in the afterlife. So like things are gonna be fine with everyone who's lived. So
Mhm.
like there it shouldn't have such like a panic for some people, like existential crisis sort of thing. But of course, and that's why I think it is lame how like a male can have their own ideas there where they think, oh, the obvious thing is to just get over it. Autonomy is stupid or something ridiculous like that. Some sort of male audacity bullshit.
Yeah.
And it's like, of course you would say that. You're not the one dealing with it. And have you
Right.
seen those ones where they showed like, of course, like there's so much more to pregnancy than just like the birth pains or like certain pains, but they even
Yeah.
show these guys that they show like the birth pain, the contractions and stuff. They take it off in like 2 minutes. These women are going through it, and like there's other things. You could lose your teeth, like horrible things could happen. You could lose your life, like
Yeah.
awful things could happen. And even if you didn't make it and you were fine, you'd still have a lot of inconveniences because your body literally changes
Mhm.
through pregnancy and it's traumatized by all that happened these past 9 months and then the birth. And it's like, you know, yeah, I just think it is. And I'm 100% sure this book is not going to tackle any of that.
Oh,
It's all
man.
about the guy,
That makes me so
trash.
mad. It
Now
makes
I'm
me
scared.
wanna
Now I'm
write a
scared to read
story
it.
now, though.
Sorry.
I wanna write the story now, though, about the last woman and her just being like, "Okay, guys, deal with it." Like,
Yeah, it would be interesting to see like because I'm sure there would be a lot of backlash and like, these guys would literally try to find her and force her,
yeah.
They'd be like, "Oh, well, we were going to be nice and let you decide for yourself, but you've made the wrong decision." And then they go
Yeah.
and chase after her. No, that would be such a wild story, but so
Right?
accurate. And yeah, she just gets to live, maybe she'll like thrive with the animals or something.
Yeah.
Like it'd be really good and sweet and just, reflect on the fact that um I think it is too much that people don't properly see how much of a sacrifice pregnancy is, you know?
Absolutely, yeah.
And the fact of like, you are like at least inconvenience, debilitated for nine
Mhm.
months. And let's not forget about recovery and all the
Mhm.
other, side effects you're dealing with. Like there's so many reasons. And yeah, yeah. Robin, you should definitely write that because that could be really cool.
I'm inspired, yeah, that would be fun. I feel in, like, short story would be a poignant and unfortunately topical short story because
Yeah,
literally that's what's going on right now.
yeah.
Alright, I'm sorry, Kendall, for postponing.
Well, we were having a good convo about one book I'm considering reading, and not so sure. I don't know.
I'm really
But
fascinated by
Kendall,
the concept.
have y'all read My Killer Vacation? It's my current read. I've never heard of it.
I haven't. Okay, the cover looks way cuter than I was expecting. So it's a spicy murder mystery by Tessa Bailey, by the best-selling author of It Happened One Summer.
Uh-huh.
Oh man, just me and my beloved brother, but discovering a corpse in our rental house really throws a wrench into our tanning schedule. Okay, that sounds really fun. Oh my gosh. I mean, like, not fun, but it sounds like a really interesting read.
Yeah, that sounds really cool. Wow. Didn't expect that. It
Yeah.
looks like very sweet, but I guess, yeah, when it says Killer Vacation, maybe gotta check that out.
Let us know what you think of it so far, Kendall, because it sounds really cool.
Yeah, that does sound neat.
Not my usual cup of tea, but like I can get behind it.
It's like, "Ooh, what just happened?" Yeah, but that's what was interesting. Just speaking of like mystery thriller or suspense or whatever, I was looking at Hoopla and they had like a super tiny subsection. They had like 7 books on there. But there was one that was really interesting. That's what I had sent to Johara that I was like, oh, hey, maybe this would go, be a good prompt for you. I can't even remember what it was called or what it was about, but it did sound interesting. And it's just wild
Ooh,
how, like, something that I don't really do mystery. I used to be into mystery, like I loved Nancy Drew and stuff like that.
yeah,
But it's been a long time since I've read like a mystery. It would
same.
be kind of interesting, you know?
I definitely like I love sci-fi thrillers and sci-fi with like strong mystery elements, like a mystery to string you along. So like definitely like that interest is there, but like I've never like read just like a straight up mystery or a straight up mystery thriller, but I'm like, I think
Yeah.
that's something I'd be into.
Yeah, that could be really cool. Oh, it could be perfect if you want to do like 2 of them, read a book outside your comfort
Oh,
zone.
I read so much stuff.
No, I know. It was crazy because when you look at the bingo card, it doesn't look like that much. But then I did, like I said, I added it up. 14 books. 14
Yeah.
books. That's a lot. Oh, that would be really wild though if I was able to do it because there are a good chunk that are audiobooks. Some, but it would be interesting. I would feel very accomplished if I could do 14 books in a month. But
That would be awesome.
yeah, the most I've done is 9. I think so. Um, at first it was like 10 in August of 2020, but it was a DNF. So I was like, okay, I
Hmm.
didn't read enough of it to count it. But I definitely read a lot, and 9 is really good,
That is
So
fantastic.
thank you. Yeah. So that would be really wild. But that could be cool too. But that's the thing. Like there's so much time that I could dedicate instead of watching movies or YouTube. If I just spent the same amount of time I would do that to books, I could 100% do it. And that's why that one time, Ro, she had been on the live show, and I was like, "How do you read so much?" She's like, "This is what I do for fun. Like this is all I do for fun." It's like that makes a lot of sense, actually. Because it's like depending on how long the book is, it could be 6 hours, 8 hours, 10 hours,
Oh
12,
yeah.
or longer, 24. That could be crazy. Those super long books, that's just insane.
Ooh,
But um,
ooh,
it
that's
is
awesome.
possible, to get a book done in a day. And it's like, wow, you could just be done. There you go. And
Yeah.
if you like, there's 30, 31, days in a month. It's like, if you really dedicated the time, you could totally do it. Because to me, when I hear 14 books in a month, I'm like, oh, that's impossible. It can't be done. But if I
Same.
did, or at least if I minimized my media time, because I can't not watch TV. Like that would be like physically impossible for me.
Right. And
But
I don't think you need to like cut out all TV or cut out all social media, but
I'm
like
I'm
kind
just
of
saying
just
that, yeah, like I'm gonna try to like simmer it down, especially with how my screen time's been. It would be good for me to kind of like chill out on it. Well, or at least
mm,
my screen time would be spent on like Kindle or Apple Books or something,
yeah.
obviously for the reading. Um, but I'll have to see about that. But maybe I will take advantage because I know Damsel is a physical book I have, but
Oh
it's
yeah.
also an audiobook. So if I really, like it's either I do audiobook read because that does work for me right
Yeah.
now, or I could just do the audiobook. But I would really want to make sure I'm paying attention, you know? And like right now, I don't know if I have enough audiobook wise like in my head for it because I'm
Yeah.
definitely vibing more with like doing the audio and the visual, but it would be interesting
Oh.
for this coming month to do it. But I shall see.
Oh, sorry for yawning. But yeah, I think I'm
Uh, oh, go ahead.
probably gonna hop off at 10:30 just
Okay.
'cause I've been going to bed a little bit earlier because I'm
No,
working
good.
earlier.
Yeah, that's really
Um,
good. I had actually gone to sleep
so
around that time
fun.
uh last night because Johara and I had gone a good while, as per usual, on Sunday.
Oh
And
yeah, nice.
but I had said to Johara, I'm like, oh yeah, because there was someone who came on and she was like, oh yeah, I've been, it's about 2 p.m. where I or 2 a.m. where I am. And I'm like, oh, that's so late. And then I was like, come to think of it, that's usually how I am. I'm usually up really late. But I
Oh,
thought I'd get to bed around 12 or 1 because that's sometimes what I do. I was up till 5. And so,
oh my
but the
god.
worst thing was I'm expecting I'll, wake up way late. I woke up at 10 o'clock in the morning
Uh,
after being up since
5 hours of sleep?
I know. And so I was just
Ooh.
grooving, doing my thing, but then I felt so tired and I'm like, oh, this is perfect. So I go to sleep at 10:30. I wake up super early today.
No, that's
But it's
terrible.
fine. Obviously, like I was prepared. I got some fun. I watched some of Only Murders in the Building and stuff,
Yeah,
like to prepare for well, like to psych myself up for the interview, get some fun stuff going. So like it was
yeah.
fun, but I was like, oh, am I gonna be able to make it through these sprints? Unfortunately, this is usually how it goes for me. I have a hard time waking up, but once I'm up, I'm up. But of course,
Same.
being tired can happen. But yeah.
I'm also like, I have a hard time getting to sleep too. Like, once I'm up,
Me
I'm
too.
fine,
Yeah.
you know? But yeah, I feel that.
Yeah. What I'm
But
thinking
yeah,
Go ahead.
Sunday, I was like, obviously I wasn't feeling well. I think I had like a 24-hour cold or something
Wow.
because
I had that, like, a year ago. I had something like
yeah,
that too. That was crazy.
'cause, like, I wasn't feeling well, and then, like, you guys were doing the sprints, and I was like, "Okay, I'm kinda feeling better, but, like, I don't really wanna talk, like, I'd rather
Yeah,
just type,"
that's no problem. Yeah.
you know? So I'm like, "I'll just watch," and then I edited my video, and by the time I was done with it, I was like, "Oh my god, like, I feel terrible again." And
Oh,
then I, like,
no.
went to bed, and I fell asleep, like, right away, and then I
Wow.
was fine the next day,
I
but,
guess
like,
I guess your
I
body
felt
was like,
super
"Need
out of it.
sleep right now."
Yeah, but, like, I was, like, eating healthy, drinking a lot of
It's
water, so,
crazy.
like, obviously
Yeah.
I was going through something, but
Yeah, that's
I'm so
crazy.
grateful I was fine the next day because I
Yeah.
was like, "I don't wanna call off from work," you know?
Yeah, right.
Ugh.
All set now. Yeah, that's really
Yeah,
good
so
that you
thank
got
God I'm
all
healthy.
better and everything. Yeah. But, so do you know, I know like your get lost prompt, you want to go to the bar. Do you know like when you're gonna do that? Not in any obviously we're not gonna talk about location. Oh, I'm going on
Yeah.
specific time, internet and everything. But I'm just asking like, do you have a plan or do you think like you'll just kind of figure it out? Like, do you aim for like the first, second, third week, or do you think you'll just kind of figure out, like when you have free time.
I mean, this is the first time I'm doing like a readathon with lifestyle prompts, so like I don't
Yeah,
actually have a timeline for the lifestyle.
neither do
For
I.
that one specifically, I don't like going to bars alone, so like it's
Right.
gonna depend on like when I can get someone to go with me because I
Yeah.
hate going alone. So yeah, that's just gonna have to take some planning. And also I'm like I don't like going to bars on weekends either because 'cause they're
Mhm.
so busy. I kind of like smaller crowds, like, this
Yeah.
is why I'm, like, trying to move out of the city, you know?
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, but even just, like, the one prompt that's, like, "Be your favorite character for a day," I wanna do a cosplay. Obviously, I have
Right.
the wig, so I'm like, "Yeah, I can probably whip something up." But, like, I don't know when I'm gonna do that, you know?
Yeah. Well, hopefully, like, I really hope with these lifestyle prompts that we'll kind of like figure it out. Obviously, motivate ourselves because, if
Yeah.
we don't do enough to like keep it top of mind, we're going to lose it. And then it's going to be like, oh, the month's already up. That's over. I mean, again, you know, you could still do the prompt for yourself, like
Right.
next month or different months and everything, like just for your own sake, but obviously for I'm trying to remember what points is it called, bragging points, or like whatever, for the sake of the readathon. Obviously it doesn't count,
Right.
but yeah, I really want to participate and do a good job with it, and maybe I'll like go more hardcore in that get lost because I don't go places.
Yeah.
I think that would be really good for me because uh yeah, like I go to the same place every single time, so I might have to like do more than that. Like maybe I'll go to a different, city in Florida. I'll go well, I don't know if I would go to a club or a bar by myself, but I would maybe like go around somewhere,
Yeah.
I definitely want to check out the gym, like do some things I've never done before, or like go somewhere. I definitely want to do some like um yeah, challenge myself to do something interesting. I'm like such a non-risk taker, staying at home
I hear you.
all
I'm a
the time. Like,
homebody,
yeah, I
so
want to get those bucket lists going, because they like sometimes
yeah.
they have those like um contemporary reads where it's like, oh, my bucket list, and
Yeah.
maybe I'll be the main character this time.
Right. Yeah, think of yourself as the main character next month, you
Yeah.
know? That'd be fun. So, yeah, I hope you can have some cool adventures around town since you said
Yeah.
you haven't really seen much of it and you're new to the area, right? Still?
I mean, someone might be like, well, you've been here for X, Y, and Z amount of time. And I'm like, I've been here for 2 years, but most of the time was spent um being at work, so I didn't have time to go places.
Yeah.
And then I've mostly been at home. Like I just haven't gone around. Like there's a nice little area that I think is cool, but I don't really go elsewhere. Like I kind of go to the same places, and it's like, yeah, I should try to branch out and do some different things.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, that should be fun. And maybe we'll like post pictures and fun stuff. Of course, do that thing that they recommend. Take a screenshot of your picture so no one can do that. Picture
Oh,
tracking, that thing is so freaky. I can't believe people do that.
I didn't realize that was a thing. So
Yeah,
I gotta start doing that.
yeah. Apparently, like I didn't know that either, but apparently, like it's so the way it's set up now, like it's like there's some sort of like detailed, like you can inspect it and you can find it, and it's like that's messed up. And if you download it, it's automatically there. Like I've seen that for like my parents if
What
they send me
the
something, but
heck?
it's like, yeah, some rando on the internet could find my stuff if I post a picture. It's like, oh, your location, there it is. It's like,
Okay, so I'm just gonna delete every social media account I have now.
I know, right?
Gonna live underneath a rock.
Well, the good thing is with
Ooh,
like Instagram, I'm pretty sure it doesn't have stuff like that, but
you
I'm
can't
sure like on
download.
Twitter you uploaded an image. It's not its own setup, Just like with like pictures on Depop for my books, that's not
Yeah.
a problem because it's its own thing. But Twitter, you kind of have it. You probably if you download it, you'd be able to see your location. It's like not good.
Ooh, okay, I'm super creeped out. Never gonna post a
Yeah.
selfie on Twitter
I
ever
I saw
again.
I saw people say that, so now I'll make sure to screenshot it, and then I'll
Yeah.
post it. Can't find my location that way. But I saw this, I think I told you guys, I could be wrong, but there was this really freaky video I saw where this lady was, like vlogging. She was talking as she was driving, and this guy was able to, because he like, freeze framed it, and then like he was able to like see certain things, like certain locations. He was able to find the exact place where it was. How freaky is that? Because he was able to see
Ooh,
like a license plate, even though it was very blurred. He could
yeah.
tell so many state licenses that weren't that, so he could find. He was able to narrow it down. Then he was able to find that, find certain locations, and it's like that's crazy. I'm never gonna like film something location wise in that degree. I want
Right.
to like, I'll be sure to be as careful as I can. Like, like a place. I'm at a bar, but you don't know what bar I'm at, or
Right.
something like that. What gym am I at? You don't know. I'm at a gym, but you don't know what gym I'm at, you know? Or something that's so like, you could take a selfie at McDonald's. There's a
Yeah.
million McDonald's. You wouldn't know
You
which one
go to
it was.
McDonald's for the go somewhere prompts.
That would be funny. It's like, I've been here a bajillion times, but this is a different McDonald's.
My one friend has never been to Taco Bell.
I don't think I've been either. I think my
Do you have
parents
them
have
by
been.
you?
Yeah, yeah, there's Taco Bell, but I've never been. I
Mm.
think the only exposure to Taco Bell I've had is there was a KFC Taco Bell drive-through combo,
Yeah.
you know? But I would never I've never had Taco Bell,
Oh
so
my gosh, you're not missing much, but I'm just like, there's so many
that's
Taco Bells around here. I'm like, how have you not been to Taco Bell in your
no,
life?
there's plenty of Taco Bells, but I'm not, I don't eat tacos, so
Oh, okay.
it kind of, it
That
kind
makes
of works
sense.
out. But yeah,
There's
but
way better
definitely
Taco
KFC. I've definitely had KFC. I like KFC, but
KFC's good too, yeah.
yeah, but I definitely am gonna try to take as much advantage, do some exciting things in July because I just feel like since I've been in Florida, I mean, of course, okay, how about since COVID happened,
Yeah,
life's been pretty stagnant, and I
I
want to
hear
do
ya.
some things, go on adventures and stuff.
Yeah, I completely feel yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, I think I'm gonna
Yeah, I
I
think this is a good
this
time
was
to end
really
off on.
fun though.
But this was really nice, and what I think is especially nice about this is us doing this earlier. We're able to do
Yes,
4 hours and
thank
21 minutes,
God.
and it ends at 10:36. That is so much better than 12 or 2 or something crazy like that.
Right. That's
That
why
was
I
so
was
much
like,
better.
"Hey, I can do earlier, so if you guys can, let's do earlier." So I'm
Yeah,
thinking like oh today's Tuesday, right? Yeah.
yeah.
I don't know who hosts next for Sunday, but like I
You'll have to figure it out. Yeah,
yeah, we'll figure it out. But yeah, I'm feeling like the earlier time because then we can go longer.
yeah. No, 100%.
Otherwise, I have to scoot like early, you know, so.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, yeah, it's really nice to have you around, Robin. And that's why it's like
Mm.
I was like, I saw like sometime in the 2 hour mark, I'm like, is she gonna go soon? And unfortunately, you got to stay. It
Yeah,
was
oh,
nice.
that's why we started sooner because I was like
Yeah, no, it totally works out, and it feels so much better. And now I can, eat, chill, like much better time than like everyone's asleep. I mean, maybe they
yeah.
are starting to get asleep, but so much better. And it was so good hearing some like the reviews you're up to, and of course, I was
Thank
hyping up your video
you.
because it's great. Everyone should
Thank
watch
you.
Robin's Summer Splash Readathon TBR. It's amazing.
Thank
Great
you so
video.
much.
Yeah,
I'm
it
sorry.
just seems really fun, you know?
I'm really excited to start for next month, which is why I'm already getting a head start. Shh. I'm reading my first book. I don't wanna put it in my review for this month, so I'm like, "Okay, if I'm gonna finish it tomorrow, it's the second last day of the month. I'm just gonna tack it on next month."
Yeah,
Like,
right,
really.
right. Hope I don't think I'll finish The Summer I Turned Pretty, by the 30th, but if I do, I mean, I probably won't count it because I did read it fully in the month of June, but, I'll see what happens. Because obviously, like, if, I wouldn't be surprised. Let's say I am reading it on the 30th and I finish it at like 2 or 3 a.m. It's
Mhm.
July 1st. It counts.
Yeah.
But other times I would definitely count it as this was part of June. You
Right.
know, it would just depend. Obviously, for like the sake of the prompt, I might do that. But I do have other books I'm planning on reading for some of these prompts. So if I don't count The Summer I Turned Pretty, that's not a problem.
Right, yeah. Same with me, like, I have, like, this one I'm gonna do for Spice It Up and, like, novella, but, like, I have other books that fit Spice It Up and novella,
Yeah,
so, like, I'm still gonna get those prompts done, but, like, I'm gonna read it now because it's the only book the library
yeah,
has that's not on hold, and I don't wanna review it for this month.
Yeah. Well, what I would say would just be fun, I think I might do now, who knows? Obviously, like, if you want to do more the bingo board, you can do the different prompts. But if I do, like, I wouldn't be surprised if like there's something that correlates with one prompt multiple times. I would just be like, I
Yeah.
double, like I did this prompt 3 times or something like that. Like still going. And
Oh,
like I said, I'm gonna do. Go to more than one place. Like I'll be like, I went on 5 adventures. Something cool like that.
yeah, that would be really cool.
Yeah,
Hmm.
like one thing I would like to do, we were able to go to a forest preserve when I went to Illinois, but I would like
Mm.
to do a forest preserve. I haven't gone to a forest preserve in Florida yet, so
Ooh.
that might be nice.
Yeah,
And
that sounds cool.
what's really cool is I totally forgot that we had this. My dad had gotten this as a gift. It's not quite those electronic fans, but it is something that does blow cold air.
Nice.
Electronic things. So it's like that would be perfect. Battery powered, it would work, and that might be the perfect thing to bring. And
Yeah,
I'd have like probably in my bag I'd have plenty of batteries. That way it would keep working.
nice.
I think I'm having good plans for it. Maybe that's what I'll do. I'll like kind of like look it up, good places to
Yeah,
see in Florida, and I'll go to like maybe some like nice sightseeing places. I don't know what sightseeing places in Florida there are because I know like obviously
right.
beaches is the big thing, so I don't know. But I could look around, try to find something.
Yeah, I'm sure you can come up with something.
Yeah, now I'm getting so excited, and it's like July is not here yet, but it is coming.
You
And now
gotta
I'm so
film
excited.
your video for next month then, while you're pumped for it.
Right. 100%. And
Especially
that's
because
what
you
I'm
have
gonna
the
do.
ideas.
Yeah, my plan is maybe I'll schedule to film 3 videos. My
Ooh.
June wrap up,
Mhm.
obviously Summer Splash Readathon TBR, and then my Q&A because I just hit 140 subs. I think this is a good plan, and obviously that'll yeah. This is so exciting. Oh, I'm so excited
Yay.
now.
The amount of times I've filmed a few videos in a row, and what I do is I just take off my wig and put a different one on,
Right.
so it doesn't
No,
look
that
like it's
that's
the
what I that's what I
same
did one time. I've done it a couple times where I don't even bother like changing
video.
my
Yeah.
shirt, but one time I at least changed my shirt. But honestly, it doesn't matter. It's either coming out on the same day or it was filmed the same day. It doesn't matter. But
Right.
you know, depending on the person, it's perfectly whatever decision they decide. But this was super fun, Robin, and I'm so
Yeah.
excited for us to you know do the Summer Splash Readathon. I say, we can talk to Johara about it, but I say we really should, like, take pictures, like, maybe like videos or like kind of just share our thoughts on the books we're reading. I just think it would be fun if we kind of like just chat together. We just kind of like,
Yeah.
good bonding stuff. I think that could be really fun.
That sounds so much fun. I'm sure Johara would be up for it too, so we'll have to
Yeah.
run it by her if she's not still in the chat.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I guess that's it, everybody. We had a great time, and
Yeah.
we're looking forward to the Summer Splash Readathon TBR, and then we'll be doing reading sprints.
Mhm.
Next one is going to be on Sunday. Um,
I
to
don't know
be
which one.
determined which channel it'll be.
Oh.
It'll be either Robin's or Johara's. So be sure to check their channel out. The Book Wormhole and the Witchy Reader. Be sure to check them out. Uh, Thanks again, everyone, and thanks again, Robin, for
Thanks for
coming on.
hosting. It was so much fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Well,
Alright.
goodbye,
Have a good
everybody.
night.